fast. You can add screening questions to get the right applicants and even filter to see who's recently active. Score the best for your team with ZipRecruiter. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Doug, are you ready for this?
Well, I don't know that I'm going to be much good to you.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
What do we got today?
Well, I just saw in the forecast that it might snow on Sunday. Cold weather.
It's Selection
Possible
Sunday,
snow.
pal.
I can't handle it.
You're inside. You're locked on, what is it? Oh, the Four Fox. You probably will be working. You guys do a little post-game show once the bids come out?
I haven't been there it's almost 5 years now.
You think if you walked in there today, people would just, hey, Doug, and just walk right through?
Because I wouldn't know anyone there. It's all turned over.
What do you want, Vaughn? Oh, I left a few things I've been meaning to grab.
I was in there a couple years ago, and I knew like 2 or 3 people. And this is just like 2 years after I'd been gone. TV news turnover has been incredible. It always was. There's always a lot of turnover, but when you've been gone 4 or 5 years, it's really massive.
There were always a few staples, right? There was like a morning producer that had been there 30 years.
Uh-huh.
News director's assistant had always been there for 30 or 40. They were always the constant.
Some people they can't get rid of.
God, this guy's hitting a little close to home. It is the morning after the Early Text Award. Do we give an award, Papers, for Early Text of the Day? 5:29 a.m. Marsh's burner. I missed Tim. I got 5:29. Okay. Too soon.
Where's Tim? Where is he? That's what they want to know. Where's Tim? Tim is on vacation, spring break.
Yeah. Okay. All right. He and I were texting at 6 a.m. I never thought I'd live in a world where I was texting people at 6 a.m.
Yeah, but it's kind of nice.
Yeah. I have a little thing with Papers. Every once in a while I forget, and I'm just like, I wonder if he'll notice. I text him every day, Doug, just to let him know I'm up and about.
I feel like at this point now, your body's probably pretty used to waking up.
I had that one about a year ago.
Yeah.
Utter panic. I woke up and it was 6:50, and I'm like, what could they possibly do without me?
I haven't had one of those in a while, but I feel like I'm due for one, and it scares the hell out of me.
It's really humbling to know that the world goes on just fine without any of us.
Yeah.
We think that we're irreplaceable.
But, like, if I slept too late, and, like, let's say Kurt's here, so he can run the board.
And this guy gets up at, like, freaking 2 in the morning.
Right. So he would be, but, like, if it's like that day where my dad had to drive me in, like someone had to be on this board at 7 a.m.
or else
nothing would have happened.
What would
happen?
You
are vital.
It would have just played. I think it would have played ESPN national programming. It would have flopped over, but that would have been a problem.
Okay.
Like COVID, when every news outlet would say, other than essential employees, we need you to stay home.
Yeah.
And Charlie's like, dude, you look at the list? We are not essential. Sweet. We're staying home.
I was told to stay home, too.
It is the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen. We've got that Collier and Thompson phone line. It's been a big week on the phones, Doug. You like when it's going to be Selection Sunday, you want to hear from the people?
The phone lines are poison.
Oh. What about Dr. Ben? 314-974-0101. 974-0101. That's the Collier and Thompson phone line. By now, you know that. Air Comfort Service text line up and running at 314-399-9646. We have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I was already admonished. Read the YouTube chat, but I don't see it, Doug. You look up there on that screen.
No, I don't see it either.
I can help you out, Martin.
Okay, what do you got? Chairman Kurt in the Cuck chair will tell us what's being said on the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
In the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Q in the house, Doug said, hey, Doug, I'm in the shower.
Well, what am I supposed to do with that?
That's up to you.
Respond. I'll grab a towel.
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle said the next week is going to suck so bad.
Okay. Here comes
the hate listening will be stronger than ever.
Here they come. Here comes.
By the way, that's Doug Vaughn. This is Jackson Burkett,
Hey, what's up?
who looks like he's ready to speak. 11:30 tip in Nashville.
Yeah.
Bridgestone Arena, the Missouri Tigers will take on the Kentucky Wildcats, mirroring each other with 20-12 records. Jackson, I've looked at some morning bracketology. You don't want to know.
No, I know. I saw what happened. So Texas loses last night to Ole Miss. Ole Miss, one of the two worst teams in the SEC. They don't move an inch on Lenardi's bracketology. They're firmly placed where they are. Yet Missouri, who didn't play, is in the last 4 in category, dropping spots, hemorrhaging spots. And
they haven't played a game in a few days, and Mizzou just keeps getting moved around.
The rationale is the head-to-head, which Texas won in Columbia, which I get, but Texas literally lost last night to Ole Miss. Like, why was the head-to-head not factored in before that?
It's just Lenardi. He's making it up.
I know,
but most of the pundits are they all are kind of in alignment. Do you think they copy each other, or they all have the same metrics?
Probably the metrics, I would say.
It'd be better than just.
It would be better
Jerry
than me
Paul saying, let's see what Lenardi's got.
Copy and paste the Rich Gould method.
Yeah, what do you got for your bracket? You just got to do the exact same thing. Well, the way they list it, I thought this was kind of Doug, you like when they label it. Here are the 7 locks coming from the SEC.
Okay.
Florida, Alabama, Vanderbilt, Arkansas, Tennessee, Georgia, Kentucky. Those are the locks, according to the latest ESPN. The next category is called should be in.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not sure exactly what that means. Like, in their opinion, they should be in, or the committee should put them in, or we just don't really know. But Texas A&M and your Missouri Tigers are in the should be in category.
Okay.
Then they have work to do.
And who would that be?
Which is going to be a little tough. It's getting late. It's getting real late in the year. Work to do. The Auburn Tigers and the Oklahoma Sooners. Good God.
Auburn is 7-11 in the league,
Yes.
17-15 overall, and they might get in.
Again, a robust non-conference schedule. So take away the fact their overall record is around 500. In the conference, Doug, they're 7-11. Is that not enough to disqualify?
I think it is. I think that it is. Yeah, you can't get in. And Kentucky will be highly motivated today against that game against Mizzou if they think they're on the bubble.
Right. Well, no, I think Kentucky's pretty firmly in the field. I don't think that they're. Lenardi, I think the last time had them was 7.
They were were they a lock?
I think
just read
they
the
were
list.
a 7 in the last Lenardi.
They're a lock according to this group.
Right,
here.
but I mean, and they won by 5 or 6 last night against LSU. A scrappy bunch in LSU, but not a good team. But Kentucky will always be highly motivated because they need to find an identity. They've desperately been trying to
Get a little late for that, too.
No, 100%. But if you're going to find it, the SEC tournament is a prime time to do it. So you can roll into March or roll into the big dance feeling good. But Missouri really needs to win this game. My plan, Martin.
Oh, I agree. You lose this, you're playing with fire, son.
Yeah, you're sweating out Sunday, and you don't want to do that. My plan here, Martin, the show ends at 11 a.m.
Okay.
I'll go back to my booth. I will do the work that I need to do to get the...
There's the toll booth where I see you every morning at about 6:40.
Yeah.
It's a really little office.
The Sonny Corleone.
I mean, a little claustrophobic for my taste,
It's
but I'm a
perfect
bigger
for
man than you are.
It's perfect for a one-man situation.
I mean, honestly, if we hired a 300-pound producer, they may not be able to use
You get them in there with a shoehorn.
we may not be able to use that office.
The jaws of life to get them out.
I think I might video you one so people can visualize.
Yeah, I think people have seen it.
Okay.
I think people have seen
It's
it.
like maybe 2 telephone booths.
Yeah, that's a good description.
Yeah.
It's 2 telephone, but it's soundproof, and it's like my little world.
And you'll watch the game in that little box.
I will watch that. I will put a little note on the front of my booth saying "Do not disturb," and I will
It's
watch.
hotel room.
Yeah, that's right. And I will watch the Tigers.
You're going to watch it in there, standing up
I have a chair.
for like 2.5 hours?
I have a chair.
Wouldn't it be more comfortable to go home and watch it? Or?
Yeah, but I got work to do.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
So you'll allow yourself a little pause there, maybe.
Yeah, during.
And then really lock in on work after your team gets knocked out and you're just despondent.
Oof, that's gonna be rough. Yeah.
So
Odds
Doug,
of them
tomorrow-
getting in, if they lose, what would be the odds of them getting in the tournament?
35 to 40%?
Oh, I go higher.
Higher. Okay.
I'd say it's over 50%. I'd say it's 55, 60%. But it's a sweaty Selection Sunday. And that's not what I'm looking for, you know? And I don't really want the Tigers to be an 11 seed going to play in Dayton. So get a win today. That's what I'd say.
A sweaty Sunday. You don't literally sweat, do you, watching the selection show?
Probably it depends on the weather. Although it says it's going to be a high of 65 on Sunday.
I thought it was possibly snowing by Sunday.
I think Monday, Tuesday is nasty.
Yeah, so here's the forecast here.
Okay, I'd love to hear it.
Sunday, high of 65, but with precipitation. And then you go into Monday, low of 21, high of 33 with a 60% chance of snow.
For heaven's sakes.
And then if you look to next Friday, not this coming Friday, but next Friday, high of 79.
Oh, March is the cruelest month.
Yeah.
Hey, we got traffic and weather. How about that? Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I can't. There's a Nipper School monitor, and all I see, Doug, do you see it just says R? That's my entire view of the Michelob Ultra YouTube
Do you
chat.
think that was a mistake? He accidentally hit R and then send?
I don't know.
It happens.
Would watching Piddles watch basketball be considered cucking? That's from Jay Nick.
I don't think that'd be a cuck situation.
Not in the slightest. I think that person's way off.
Unless you're like the Mizzou coach, it'd be weird.
Yeah.
Guys, it's supposed to snow later today. It was 81 yesterday. It shifted quickly. If you were outside at about 5 o'clock yesterday, oh my God. Nasty.
Yeah.
It's kind of snowed today. I mean, it's 33 degrees right now, but
Does Jackson get the essential workers discount for their cell phone plan? Doctors, firefighters, and board ops.
it should.
I don't think I've ever been considered an essential worker for anything.
I don't know what possibly a sportscaster would be essential for.
We must have those late West Coast scores.
You know, there's a lot of Ron Burgundies out there that enjoy being the newsman and think it's very important work. Charlie and I had a colleague, this was a couple of years ago, it was Christmas Eve or Christmas, younger anchor, and she tweeted out, thanks to all of us, and literally said, thanks to all of us who are required to be here and are doing important things on Christmas Eve. Firefighters, police officers. I was like, and news anchors.
Oh, no. She said news anchors?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Kind of an old pat on the back for sitting there and reading the prompter.
Could it have been a joke?
No. So I don't know how that. I'm sure there's doctors who are like really pompous, and there's every
Essential
walk of
news
life
anchors.
just really. I'm like, just you gotta kind of look in the mirror and say,
Yeah, maybe.
I don't really want to be here, but maybe for the lonely people, it's important too. Maybe we're here.
Maybe before the internet, you could make the case, but it'd still be shaky. But now, with people getting news from so many different places, there's no way someone doing a live shot, unless it's like maybe weather. Like maybe some weather, like if it's really bad.
It could be.
Yeah.
That'd be like the only.
But that would be, and even that is a
Yeah.
50-50 ball.
I think of essential as it could be a life and death situation.
Yes.
That to me is essential.
Yes. Healthcare workers,
Yeah.
police and fire.
Firefighters,
Yeah.
ambulance drivers,
Right.
hospital
Pot shop workers, yeah.
Yeah. Sandwich shops.
essential
Pizza
news
delivery.
anchors.
Well, that's when there's a foot of snow. We're advising everyone stay off the streets. Here's the mayor with an important message. We're asking that everyone allow our trucks and plows. Absolutely. And you immediately call the pizza delivery guy, and he shows up.
I have a friend who only does like DoorDash or Uber Eats when it's really bad out because he has a great truck, and he'll like go out there and make a ton of money because there's only like 3 or 4 people delivering, and everybody wants delivery. He
Yeah.
says he cleans up on those nights.
I bet. I enjoy it when the news reporter doing their live report in the snow says, "Let me just give you this advice. If you don't have to go anywhere, don't go."
Good take. Yeah, as you usually go out for your leisurely drive.
Right. When you don't have to go anywhere, that's when you need to be there.
Yeah.
Can I give you a Larry David delivery related? So the other night, kids order a pizza, but it's on my account or on my phone. I don't know. But then I get a text, Doug, and it says, "Pizza's on the way" to my phone. Okay.
Oh, nice.
And then the next text said, "We're using DoorDash to send you the pizza." I was like, okay. So I have very little to do with it. Guy shows up and just hands me these 2 pizzas, whatever, and just literally hands them, turns and walks away. All right, I don't really know how DoorDash works.
No, I don't either.
I said, oh, okay, whatever. I get a text at 12:30 a.m. from this number that was generated by the pizza place to loop in the DoorDash guy, and it says, "Thanks for 0 tip."
Oh, no.
And I looked at it, and I said, oh, my God, I don't
No.
Because normally if you order from a franchise, they hand it to you, you sign the sheet or whatever.
Yeah, right.
I have no idea. I've never ordered DoorDash in my life.
Right.
Were you supposed to go back on the app and
Well,
tip?
so then I texted the number back, and it said this number no longer exists because it was some kind of
yeah,
generated.
Right. Yeah.
So now there's some guy driving around that fat ass. But I have no idea. I didn't order DoorDash. The franchise opted out or
Right. So they
looped them
third
in.
party their delivery.
So do you
to
think
them.
he got paid a tip? I would have gladly. It was not
course.
clear. So when you do DoorDash, how do you sign
do it
something?
on the app? You do it
So,
all on
right.
the app.
So
but
you-
you didn't
I-
even have the app because
I don't have the app.
No, because
I didn't call DoorDash.
But I don't know if he would even know that. He probably just saw it as another DoorDash order.
So he doesn't know it's fat ass Kilcoyne.
He does. No, he knows it's fat ass Kilcoyne.
He does?
He doesn't know that you ordered directly from the restaurant.
even worse.
Not DoorDash.
So
yeah.
even worse.
The restaurant they left you out to dry. They told because you didn't even have the option to give them tips. The only way you would have known how to do that would be like give them a $5 cash tip.
Because if you call, let's just Pizza Hut, Domino's, Papa John, whatever, they show up. What do? You sign the little, and the guy stands there. It's kind of awkward. Like,
Sure.
how much is he going to give me? He's just staring right at you.
You're hoping you got a 5 in your wallet, not just a
Yeah.
bunch of 20s.
Or you just sign the thing. You add it. They literally give you the receipt and you sign it.
yeah.
This guy just hands it, and I was like, oh, I guess DoorDash. I don't know. I thought DoorDash just left it at your door and walked away.
Yeah, that's
no
what-
idea.
usually.
So the typical transaction, all on your phone, you decide
Yeah, you would give
when
the
you
tip.
order or when it shows up, you get in there
It would be best to do it before they deliver.
to entice them.
'Cause sometimes, yeah. I never order DoorDash. I like driving, and if I'm going to pick up food, I have no problem doing it myself, and I hate paying the fees that come along with it.
I do
But
too.
the few times I have, it would behoove you to tip a little bit beforehand. It's kind of like a give them half now, half later situation.
Oh, brother.
Yeah.
Well, if they done you wrong, just stiff him. Stiffy.
So now, I don't want to be really weird like Larry David, but I thought about going by the actual building and saying, hey, the other night we were...
Now you're doing too much.
Think I got to let it go?
Yeah,
Let me know if you do that. I'm going to tail behind you.
I'm sure they're over it at this point.
Well,
so much so that the person messaged you saying, thanks for 0
It was 12:30. I had no idea the whole process goes down. I'm like, I don't know how DoorDash works. Doug, I've never ordered anything off of Amazon, let alone DoorDash.
You never ordered anything off Amazon?
No.
Wow.
Is that odd?
Probably at this point, you're probably in the minority.
What about eBay? Have you bought stuff off eBay, Doug?
Yeah, but not anymore.
That's a little antiquated.
Yeah.
That's like a
But I'm saying back in the day.
Yeah, back in the but now it's
everybody was on eBay. I didn't do that.
Now it's like for collectors and stuff.
The beauty of Amazon is that if you have a product that's not that common, you don't have to drive to 5 or 6 different stores to see if you can find it. It's just a couple clicks away, and it'll be at your door tomorrow or the next day.
Yeah.
Well, I apologize.
If that person's listening.
Bitter DoorDash guy. But I hate that. I overtip when I go out because I'm super paranoid. Like, that's the weather guy on Channel 4. He's a jerk. Always been paranoid about that. So there it is, Saturday night. I didn't do anything wrong that I knew of, and I'm like, oh my God. Immediately text back, this number no longer exists.
Did you get a slice of the pizza?
Yeah. He did a great job.
It was hot.
And I'm like, I guess we didn't have to pay the exorbitant DoorDash. So now companies, restaurants are farming it out?
I guess. Cause,
it's odd.
Yeah. I mean.
Can't get enough people to do all the driving.
Right.
Or you don't have enough deliveries per night to like necessarily justify hiring a full-time delivery driver. And so you just do it. But a pizza place, you would think, has a lot of deliveries.
So this driver was some guy maybe down on his luck, just trying to earn a buck or two by really hustling, and you stiffed him.
Third job, probably.
I saw him at the intersection. He had a little sign, cardboard.
Yeah.
Used to deliver pizzas, got stiffed by fast.
He's probably got a wife who's very ill and tired.
Here we go.
4 or 5 kids at home.
Yeah, he's like Cinderella Man, living in the cellar of someone's home.
Thought if he could just deliver this one pizza to the weather guy at 10 or 11.
He could get a second loaf of bread for his family. That's tough, man. It's tough living.
But no, he got turned away with nothing.
No.
Sharon and Clayton said, better get a different account, Martin, because yours is now probably flagged as a non-tipper. Anything you order has a high risk of being spit in or worse. Do they still do that? Is that a thing?
So all these places now, like,
but I don't have an account.
Sure. If you do like any of these food delivery apps or anything, most of the time the restaurants will seal the bag. Like they'll have their own like little sticker that they put to close the bag. So if that's been breached, you know that something's gone wrong.
Ugh.
Well, you won't be able to call this guy back because he'll lose his phone and probably his home because he just can't make a nickel delivering pizzas.
Well, Martin, I'm not sure if this is the driver.
Oh, wow.
But we have a caller that wants to shed some light on the DoorDash situation for you.
Okay, I am intrigued because I didn't do business with them. And by the way, one more, Sharon Clayton did say, how can someone living in 2026 never have ordered from Amazon? That's me specifically. I can tell you my household has it on speed dial.
Sure.
Doug, you go out, you pick up a package, all right, just put it on the table. You turn, there's another one.
There's some on our porch every day.
Yeah, really.
Every day.
Yeah.
Hours and hours. Yes, caller, what's the name, Kurt? I'm sorry.
This is Martin Sweater Vest.
Martin Sweater Vest, a loyal texter to the program. Welcome in.
Hello, Vesty.
How we doing, guys? All right, so basically, I used to work for St. Louis Pizza and Wings. How it works is if you're short on delivery drivers, like there was one Friday night where we had a Papa John guy coming in to make a delivery for us. So basically, if you don't have enough guys that are able to cover the shift or that are actually able to work, they'll subcontract it out to another guy. And then so on the DoorDash, how that works. So if you ordered, say, something through DoorDash and it said that you were going to tip $5, you would get, the driver would get the $5. It would come up like, okay, say I'm delivering to your house, Martin, and it would say the tip's going to be $5. Well, basically, you're going to get that $5. Now, if you were only going to be like tipping $1 or $2 and being a tight ass, then that's whenever DoorDash comes in and would pay you the other $3 or $4. Depending on how much you were tipping and everything. And that's pretty much how it works. During COVID, it was awesome because all you had to do was just drop it off at the front porch and I worked at the one in Oakville, and there's still people to this day that do not want to see the delivery driver, so they'll just say just leave it on the front porch, and the tip's already included. So that's pretty much how it works.
Can I non-pizza? Your name is Martin Sweater Vest, but I don't believe I own a sweater vest.
Oh, you did back in the day, buddy. Lean it up against the bar like a cuck chair. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Now, if a driver is hustling and trying to feed his family and he gets stiffed, well, can that break a man?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Imagine
me
it's good.
breaking something off in you, Doug. Very
Oh.
All right.
That was Martin Sweater Vest.
Or
I need a photo. I don't remember because a sweater vest, is that the button-up type?
No, it's the Jim Tressel, like you're
All right,
wearing
I probably have owned some of those
a
over the
button
years.
down, and then it's like just a sweater with the sleeves cut off. Probably a little V-neck action.
Okay, so Tressel, that's a great visual for me. I was thinking like Mr. Rogers, kind of you button it up.
That's more of a cardigan.
Okay.
Yeah, that's more of a cardigan. You should start every sportscast by tying your shoes like Mr. Rogers.
Was that movie good?
The one with Tom Hanks?
Yeah, wasn't it about Mr.
Yeah,
Rogers?
pretty
I
solid.
saw it. Yeah, it was okay.
Yeah.
Solid.
It's, sweet.
All right, I feel better now. The unknown DJ said that explanation was as clear as mud. I have to be honest, I kind of drifted a little bit because I'm not taking Jackson's pills anymore.
I think the bottom line
might have
was
drifted.
you do your tip before they get there, and if the real tip doesn't match what you promised to tip, DoorDash will cover it for the driver. Is that what you said?
I don't know. I was half paying attention.
You were on the
It
same
was wordy,
non-medicine.
and I was trying to find a drop.
Okay.
Found it, though.
Rest in peace, Dan.
Dave with cauliflower said, absolutely terrible call. Oh, well, we cleared things up, Doug. That's what we do on the show. Oh, by the way, the Stiefel dossier in front of me
Polos
here.
Plus dossier.
The Polos Plus dossier. This is Stiefel Studios.
Stiefel Studios, Polos Plus
Stiefel Studios, Polos Plus dossier. Andy Strickland will join us at 8 o'clock. He's in Carolina. Blues tonight, 6 o'clock. That means the puck drop papers. You're a seasoned update guy. So that means the pregame is at 5. What did I say, puck drop?
Puck drop at 6.
Yeah.
Pregame at 5.
Okay.
Carolina Hurricanes. Puck drop probably closer to what, 6:08, Martin?
Yeah. And then they're back home tomorrow night. Edmonton in town. Doug, what are you looking forward to with this Blue? The remaining games, you just want to see some chemistry with the young guys so that they can trade off a piece of that chemistry.
I guess
Robert
we want to see
Thomas.
them play well and lose. You want to see the young guys really get it together, and doggone it, we just lost by a goal. I guess that would be what you'd really like to see.
Play well, but lose.
It was very slight, but the look on Doug's face when Martin asked what are you looking for from the Blues tonight was outstanding.
He had nothing?
It was, ooh.
They play tonight?
Guys, I won't be ordering DoorDash now just because of that call. That's from Ray. It's from Ray King.
I just don't trust the whole DoorDash. I don't trust third parties handling my food. It's not that big. I never order from a long way away.
Right.
If I order food, it's usually somebody right around the block somewhere.
A lot of the restaurants are sealing up the bags now.
That's what I'm saying.
sure.
Like they have like that sticker. Like if you go from any chain restaurant, they're going to have like a seal on it so it'll prove that, your food has not been tampered with. Because it feels like it would be real easy to steal a French fry.
Oh, sure it would be.
Because before COVID, they didn't really seal things up, and I was DoorDashing in Columbia, Missouri.
You were
and-
delivering?
Yeah.
Oh, so you do have experience on this.
I
Okay.
did it for like a couple weeks. It was great.
And you
'cause-
got fired.
Well, it was great because you could work like, let's say from like 4 to 8, and then you could instantly cash out like what you'd made that night. And so I could easily, then I would just go out and spend that money on
Paid for itself.
yeah,
There you go.
drinks and going out that night. So it was great. It was a perfect little college job and no like real work schedule. But there were some times where it was like very tempting to maybe just sample a French fry. Make sure it wasn't poison. I never did. I never took anything from
No,
anybody.
I'm sure you didn't.
But the smell sometimes was pretty nice.
Is it possible to break the seal? If the driver could break the seal and then get in there and eat your fish and leave nothing but the skeletal remains of the fish and then reseal it, and then when you get home, you got nothing but bones?
With a little on the
need
back
like
of their
an-
seat, it says IOU, one fish.
You'd need like an X-Acto knife to just kind of...
It could probably be done. But I never did that.
Just get in your car, drive for 2 minutes, pick up the food your own self.
That's what I do.
Me too. Okay.
Steven
so
Tom says we're in such a fat society. The first thought is people stealing your fries.
Mm-hmm.
Paper's getting paper.
Right.
And now at the grocery store, my neighborhood Schnucks, you can tell the people that have never been in that store before that are doing the Instacart. And they've got their phone out and they're just staring down every aisle. You're like, excuse me. And you can. There's about 5 to 10 people every time I'm in there doing the Instacart.
Yeah, that seems like that would
And
be.
they're clogging up the aisles a little bit.
That would be a tougher gig because from what I know about it, it's like if they don't have the item that the person's looking for, you have to then contact them for some replacement. And what if the person is ordered their Instacart and then took a nap and now you can't get back with them and you deliver it? It's a whole thing. That seems like a good idea in principle, but I don't see it how it could work.
Martin, have you seen these little robots that your friendly neighborhood Schnooks have going around?
Oh, yeah, they do kind of inventory.
Mm-hmm. I'm still not comfortable with that.
You're not comfortable?
Some stores have had to stop doing the self-checkout because people steal so darn much.
Isn't that a Sebastian Maniscalco? I was getting his name wrong.
Maniscalco.
He does a whole bit about they're stopping you in the scanners. Meanwhile, somebody's got 4 steaks in their pants, walking out the door.
Yeah.
I purposely purchase fewer items so that I can exclusively do self-checkout.
Well, it's
So
fine
antisocial, Kurt.
if you pay for it, but a lot of people just put the food right in the bag and off they go. Scan a couple things, don't scan a couple things, off they go.
So are you Alfred Einstein?
Guys, is this a sports show or a fat show? It's a great question.
It goes segment by segment.
Guys, could you Instacart this show to my office personally and DoorDash some fat-ass donuts, please? That's from Daddy Likey.
Donuts is a nice DoorDash play.
Somebody's asking, where's Cam? Where's Tim? Cam will be here. Cam Jansen, what a delight. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next
Tuesday,
week.
Wednesday next week. Yep.
Gosh, I still don't know how he doesn't swear when he's on the air.
I know. It's
One
incredible.
conversation with Cam, I'd set the F-bomb over-under at 10.5.
I love the way he talks with his hands. His hands are constantly on the move when he's talking. Up and down.
He's got some energy.
Over here,
That's
over
for
there.
sure.
Yeah. I love Cam. One of my favorites.
He'll be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Tim is out. Morning After brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Great DoorDash discussion. Mizzou, we'll get into some. We will be doing the picks today. We have our FanDuel picks because somebody was already asking, I think it was Jugs in D.C., about Mizzou plus 3.5 papers. What say you? We'll get to it. We've got picks. We've got money to give away.
Yeah. Yeah. And we'll have Cam's podcast partner on at 8 o'clock.
Strick. I like that podcast because the first, it may even be close to an hour, they just bust on each other.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, yeah, who's the guest? It's kind of like the first segment of this show.
It's always someone awesome, too.
Yes. And they're like, oh, yeah, we got a great guest. But in the meantime, he's like, Andy, you're such a putz. Feels like he's about to beat him up on the show. We are presented by Brown and Crouppen. We got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The Devil's Crotch says, self-checkout sucks. I wasn't trained to do that job, especially with the items that aren't barcoded. So, see, there's the rub, Doug. Keep the people employed. That's why you don't need to go to Amazon. Go to your neighborhood store.
Sure.
That's right.
You need screws, nuts, screwdriver, Doug. Go to the hardware store, your neighborhood-friendly hardware store.
We've got it all from scoop to nuts at Central Hardware.
Remember that?
one?
I remember that.
Orange-coated experts.
These guys are too young. Text in. Plenty of people have already done that. Air Comfort Service text line is 399-9646. It's the Stiefel Studios here the morning after. 2004-ish? No, maybe earlier?
Before that, yeah.
This is late 90s.
I don't know when they started making the song specific to the Cardinals because they weren't really good in 97, 98, 99. You had McGuire, but then in 2000, that's when Who Let the Cards Out became a thing.
It's probably the early aughts is when fan songs, maybe specifically for the Cardinals, got really rolling.
This was a local radio personality that had a whole album, I think, that this came from.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
Craig Cornett.
Yeah, rest in peace. I believe he had a number of kind of Cardinal-ish hits, and then smash every once in a while. He would always be out there, Doug. You doing a live shot outside the old Bush. All right, buddy, let's go, Kodak. And then he would have his own like John Miller on Sunday Night Baseball, always had his own pronunciation. Instead of Yadier Molina, which we had heard for, 20 years? Yadier Molina, is that the plate?
Yeah.
The Smash would do that. Yeah, all right, baby, you're Cardinals.
Smash, digging the smash.
He did. He worked for the Two Fox for a little while as an entertainment reporter, Doug. And eventually the news director got mad at him because it was Thursday night, and it was a great idea. It was like, what about town? Mm-hmm. And so you would say, hey, this weekend at Soulard, all right, buddy, get yourself a dog, go down the parade, and do all these. But then the ending was always about 30 seconds about where the Smash Band would be appearing.
Oh, of course.
It tended to become a vehicle for all of his appearances.
He was all over the place there for a while.
Yes. I think it was called Smash Around Town, but like, yeah, Jim Gaffigan's in town, and we Foghat's over at Off Broadway, but the Smash Band, and then that would be kind of.
He kind of had a Wolfman Jack thing going. He could make anything sound cool and fun.
Yeah,
Sir Smashington, and we used to do a bit way back in the day about the Rams promos. I'm sure the old school listeners remember because the Rams were on FM. And so they didn't do any sports, but they just had this kind of FM vibe. I don't even remember now what it was, but Smash was on that station, so he would cut the promos. And I swear he must have been ad-libbing. And he would, instead of just saying, they take on the Seahawks, it would like, you take that Space Needle, you can shove it. It would always have an added little insult about the city and the surrounding area. This is The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Croup, and Doug's here.
Yeah.
I'm here. Jackson's here. Chairman Curtis here. Tim is out, okay? Let's just get that out of the way. Tim's out. He's on vacation.
Yeah.
But we will forge ahead, and we will do good radio, Doug.
Well, we'll try.
Without Trent. We'll do our best. Text
I like
in.
Trent.
399-9646. You can call in. A lot of people reacted to Martin's sweater vest because they feel it added to the confusion about the DoorDash tipping system. 974-0101 is the Callier Thompson phone line. 7 o'clock hour is the healthcare evolution, I believe. 7 o'clock hour.
Absolutely is.
Doug's got a shoulder. Tim's got a lat. Papers has got hair. That's all being taken care of in one
Papers
spot.
is trying to get more hair.
How's it coming?
Feeling good.
Is it?
Feeling good. Yeah. I use some of the shampoo that's specially made for the procedure, the treatment that they did for my head, for my scalp, trying to strengthen the scalp.
Oh.
And so we're doing that right now. Trying to get more sunlight to my head. So when I go out, people are like, "Oh, Jackson only wears a hat." It's okay. It's okay. When I go outside, when I do anything outdoors, I try to
go naked-headed,
no head, no hat, so I can get some.
Wait, no head.
Yeah,
Wow. What is that? Ichabod Crane?
I Ichabod Crane myself, and I walk around with it on my hip. I put it up like Lion King, up towards the sun, so it can get some more of the sunlight.
That would be an extreme treatment for baldness, is to cut off your head.
Is to remove the head entirely.
Well, nobody would notice you're bald at that point.
Yeah, that would be the least of my concerns.
Diverting their attention. The Polos Plus dossier, the Stiefel Studios. I got to get that in my head straight. But basketball talk. Local rock is what we like to call it. Doug, the Billikens will play on Friday in Pittsburgh. It's a 10:30 St. Louis start. They are the top seed, and they will play the winner of the Fordham-George Washington game. Coach Schertz, friend of the show, who did not get A10 Coach of the Year honors, Steve Donahue. We found that out late in the show yesterday. Mm-hmm. And it is a good story. The guy stepped in late, and they went 13-5. They were picked to finish 7th. But I went back to look when Jim Cruz stepped in. He stepped into a really good situation because Majerus had built it up. They'd been to the tournament. They won a game. The next 2 years, Cruz he was A10 Coach of the Year both times. So it's a little weird.
I wonder what SLU was picked
predicted
to finish.
at that time.
Or predicted to finish this year.
Oh, they were predicted to finish second.
Okay, all right.
In the A10. So they were expected to be good, but they win it. Anyway, here is Coach Schertz talking about his team's, final stretch. Not great. Starting with the Rocco's Tacos viewing by us, where they lost to Rhode Island. They went 3-3 down the stretch.
Look, there's 14 teams getting on planes and buses to go to Pittsburgh. Every single team going would trade places with us. Every single team would kill to be in our situation. 31. We have the most wins. We have the best NCAA tournament resume. We won the league. We're the number 1 seed. Like every single team there, we've done great things over the course of a 31-game regular season. We haven't played our best basketball, but the things that we have to get back to what we know we can do. And over a 31-game season, we've done a lot of great things together. This team has shown when it's dialed in and playing to its identity and its best basketball that, we're as good as anybody, we're going to see in Pittsburgh. We're capable of playing with and beating, everybody there. We've also shown when we're not, we can be beat by anybody, had by anybody. And I think that's true for really almost any team in this league. Like, the top teams, when they're good, they can beat anybody. VCU feels the same way. Dayton, St. Joe's, Mason, all those guys, Davis, they all feel the same way. But we also all know if we're not at our best, we can get got. And so it's a reminder of I think, remind them of what we've done, what we've accomplished. What this team has done when it's been at its best, and that the key now at this time of year is how do you get there and do it consistently, and we've not done that, and it goes back to really reconnecting to, our team is at its best when we're competing together.
It's got to be stressful when you're a mid-major playing at a high level. You go 27-4, 15-3 in your conference, and you're still sort of defending your resume and still sort of nervous, although I think every bracket, I did hear Schertz say the other day, and clearly he's consuming bracket. Doug doesn't believe in it, but the Billikens coach does. He said, based on every bracketology I've seen, we're in. Now, that's not the tournament committee.
No, it isn't.
But it tends to be somewhat
they'll be close.
Of an indicator.
Yeah.
And I think he's right. Body of work, pretty good run. Also, Robbie Avila, this is the first time we've heard him kind of expand on the foot issues. Remember, a year ago, it was more like a heel when he first got to SLU. This is different. He has what Jackson's dad has dealt with and what Albert Pujols has dealt with. There's our 3/4 of a Mount Rushmore.
That's right.
Of plantar fasciitis.
Feels fine. I'm just, trying to focus on, getting back to practice and, being ready to prepare for as much as I can. The situation is what it is, but, we're going to just, try to go forward with it. And, like I said, our biggest priorities right now is just preparing for, George Washington or Fordham, whoever it is going to be.
Has this been going on for a while?
Yeah, it's kind of just been, like I said, kind of is what it is kind of situation. I can't really dwell on it, but like I said, it's, our biggest priority is just, really just trying to move forward with the right mentality.
Billikens play tomorrow as the top seed. There was a theory last week. It was former coach. He's an analyst, Mark Adams, I believe. He said that these mid-major conferences should not have their one playing an 8 or a 9 just to protect them. But I don't know what that bracket would look like. And if you ask the teams, they might say, give me a winnable game.
Right.
But you can expose yourself. Missouri State, by the way, knocked off Liberty.
Saw that. Big bucket at the end there.
Conference USA, Conzo Martin, shout out to the former Mizzou coach.
Yeah.
Pride of the East Side, because they were 8 or 9 seed, and they knocked off
9.
Liberty, which was the top seed.
Plantar fasciitis seems like it'd be a nasty thing to deal with for a basketball player.
It's brutal.
I'm reading that they treat it with rest, icing, stretching exercises, and supportive footwear.
Yeah, you got to wear an insole on your foot and sometimes a sleeve on your foot and leg. It's a brutal. Albert had to basically solely shift to a DH once he was dealing with it. And he was a Gold Glove first baseman. It's really hard. And you'd have to imagine he's going to be limited minutes-wise tomorrow, don't you think, Martin?
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because what's in his best interest, if you're going to the NCAA tournament, is rest, right? The least amount of playing time as possible. Yet, for the SLU resume, it probably wouldn't hurt to win a game or two.
Right.
And to do that, you probably need him playing, because he's the A10 player of the year.
That's what if it would be different if he wasn't like the nucleus of the offense. Like, Keaton Walker is one of the best players for Illinois, but Illinois can be really, really good without him. SLU's offense isn't dependent on Robbie Avila, but it certainly flows through him a majority of the time in one way or another. So if you don't have that, Do you then become one-dimensional? Do you kind of become a rudderless ship? I don't think so. But that's the questions you'd be asking if you were SLU right now.
Well, if you had Illinois' resume and Avila was your guy, you'd say, let's just rest him. Like, we don't have to win the Big Ten tournament.
Yes.
Take a couple days off. Let's worry about next week.
Darius Acuff with Arizona or Arkansas.
You don't have that luxury if you're the Billikens. I just don't think you'd want to get cute at this point. And
Not
say,
after
we're going to sit him. If he's able to play at all, and even if he's doing okay and just pushing it, extended minutes, I think you got to win that game.
And you know he's going to want to play. He's absolutely going to want to play.
You can treat it with cortisone injections, platelet-rich plasma injections, extracorporeal shockwave therapy.
Send him out to Healthcare Evolution before he heads to Pittsburgh.
They'll probably give him everything.
They give him right.
One shot after the next. We'll find something.
Just keep poking.
Coach Gates, Dennis Gates, friend of the show, friend of Papers. This is actually in 7-3. I like logistics. Papers are trying to spread things out, I think, because we were in Local Rock. Doug, 7-2 is the segment.
Okay.
Local Rock, which includes the Billikens. But then Mizzou is not in Local Rock. They're in Topics and Stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
They're over here.
It's a T in that situation.
They're over here in Topics. Here's Coach Gates.
You lean on your core values. You lean on your identity. You lean on the things that you know you do well. Two teams can play well. One has to win, one has to lose, and you just want to go out and give yourself a chance. Just because you may start out a game hot or cold does not mean that's going to be the temperature of the game throughout. You got to fight every possession, every second, every minute to remain on top of or put yourself in a position of victory. So for us, we don't take it lightly. I don't take it lightly. Our team and our approach to our staff, we've been preparing for those moments for a long time, and we have the pieces in the locker room. There's no doubt about it. We've shown the resolve. We got to do it over a weekend and play a good brand of basketball and not have self-infliction or making our own mistakes.
One of the best wins of the year was at Lexington early in the SEC play. Was it the first game? It was in January.
It was after the Florida win.
Yeah, it was back-to-back. Florida, Kentucky.
Beat them 73-68.
Yeah.
And they had some key buckets. I feel like that was a game where they were tested too.
Yeah.
And maybe Jaden Stone was big late. Mitchell
Mark
had a
Mitchell
big bucket.
had a really nice. But that was the thing is talking about identity with that Kentucky win the last time around was when you needed a basket, you cleared out the lane and you got Mark Mitchell the ball at the top of the key and just let him do his thing. Got to his left hand or got to his right hand and spin move to the left, dropped it in, which is his favorite move. So lean on your identity. Kentucky and Mark Pope are going to have some things drawn up to probably slow down Mark Mitchell because as of late, if you can slow down Mark Mitchell, you're likely going to slow down the Tigers. And so it's going to be a battle.
Who's your pick to click today? With that in mind, remember Hawk Harrelson, Doug? He would have the White Sox game before every game. All right, who's your pick to click?
For the last month, it seemed like Missouri's success is T.O. Barrett dependent. When he's playing great, they look awesome. See the Tennessee game, see the Texas A&M game. And when he's playing, he's turning it over, he's not finding his shot, he's not facilitating well, then they look kind of weak. So I would say it's going to be T.O. Barrett dependent. You're going to need some Trent Pierce buckets. He's got it in him. Yeah, you just got
a Jaden Stone reemergence.
I love it. He's certainly got the talent to do it. He always great lift on his jumper, Martin. He gets up high. Oh, he gets
his lift is good.
A ton of legs in his jumper.
Oh. I would think the best way to get ready in practice is to run them around a little bit, get them tired, and then have everybody shoot about 100 three-pointers.
Yeah.
Get used to shooting that shot when you're tired. Everything else is going to be there. Your athleticism is going to be there. Defense is going to be there if you really want to play defense. But so many of these games just get down to who's hitting the threes and who's not.
Yeah. Wizard of Crestwood here, Martin.
Yeah.
I heard a great breakdown. This was Rammer's coach's show with Josh Schertz Monday night. Was it Monday night? I believe it was on. And he was explaining this whole concept that it's either he's really deep into the analytics and he can rattle off numbers. He wasn't reading them off a sheet. You could just tell all the percentages, why you focus on three-pointers or dunks and layups. And he was going through the statistic on mid-range shot, like the percentage, the average percentage that we had this discussion the other day. Like if you get open from 10 feet, you say, oh, no, I can't shoot it. But he goes through the math on it. sounded like a beautiful mind, and it was unbelievable. But he said, if you get a player and that's their game, he said, then we have to look at their percentage and say, okay, if that's your game, that's fine. But if you're not good, you just keep shooting from mid-range, you're taking away opportunities for somebody to shoot a three that has a higher percentage.
It's an opportunity cost thing.
It's unbelievable. And I don't get into all the numbers in baseball. I saw some stat lists I'd never heard of in my life. They just keep making up new stats. But this was next time he's on, it was a really thorough breakdown of why they live by the three, sort of die by the three.
Yeah.
Or because the metrics are there that it's not worth shooting those shots.
Right, and it does kind of take someone to be a mid-range specialist in a way, because it's rare, like a lot of threes are catch and shoot. You're catching them in rhythm and shooting it, whereas mid-range is more likely off the dribble, usually contested. And if that's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is going to win back-to-back MVPs by being a mid-range jump shooter. So it's not like that part of the game is dead.
And that's kind of what he said is, what's your strength? If that's your thing.
Right.
I wonder if it's a factor that players today grow up launching threes most of their lives. And then when you move in 10 feet, it takes a softer touch. And maybe they're not used to that softer touch, because when you're shooting a three, you got to get it up there. You got to fire it up there. But if you're shooting an 8 to 10, 12-footer, you better have a softer touch or it's not going to go in.
To me, a true mid-range shot is a 15-footer. Like free throw line area. That's a 10-foot, 12-foot. Those are awkward shots. Those are in between a floater, kind of close shot, and a mid-range shot. And that you're exactly right, Doug. It takes a real certain touch. And some guys are great. Watch any NBA game. You'll see the best players back down guys, 2 dribbles, and do a turnaround mid-range. That's Jason Tatum's favorite shot. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander loves doing it. Kyrie was famous doing it. But it's not for everybody. And it's not as efficient as shooting a three.
Guys, SLU is toast. Teams have figured them out. Stop the threes and you beat them. That's from the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler.
It's not that simple, I don't think. I think that taking away that look and forcing them to go other ways is something interesting, but SLU can win while not shooting the best from three.
There's not many teams that can win consistently without shooting threes.
Yeah, if you're shooting sub 35% from three, you're going to be behind the 8 ball for sure. Yeah. But if you're anywhere near that, you can find ways to win.
Kwame Vayukis IV says, they're basically locked, but winning tomorrow protects you against any potential funny business with those bid stealers. It's that time of year, Doug. The bid stealers are out.
A lot of funny business going on.
Guys, how upset is Doug with Missouri State winning? Why does Doug hate Missouri State?
Well,
where did
that come from?
I think that's a theme from one texter, and I think it's a bit. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's a bit. That's enough. Nerds talk golf. We'll talk golf. Is that in the dossier? Let me look.
Players Championship.
Okay.
Want to go to Ponte Vedra?
Local rock. Topics and stuff. Death, taxes, and papers is now a daily route. I like this.
Yeah.
And we're going to get into a little Italy, helping out Team USA.
Here, I got you. Through 2 holes, Max Homa, Doug, 3 under par.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just kind of realized this show is like movie phone, Doug. When eventually Kramer just gives up and says, why don't you tell me what movie you'd like to see? People text in, and they have the immediacy. Hey, nerds, talk golf. And then we do.
It's like kind of a game of horse through the radio. It's like, you do this shot, we'll match it.
Guys, SLU needs to work on some pick and rolls.
They don't do that a lot.
Sets the tone that the 3 is denied.
Yeah.
Doug has never liked SMF. Southwest Missouri State. That's from Dale and Grubville.
Have I ever said that?
I don't know why that's even a bit.
I don't remember that. I don't remember saying anything like that.
Cheese Deluxe. Who wants to talk golf? Ooh. Guys, Missouri State upsetting CUSA #1 should have been the lead.
Max Homa is now double bogey, and he's back to 1 under.
Talk golf, nerds. Jugs laid the money on Mizzou to cover, plus 3.5.
Yeah, I think plus money against a team you've beaten already, but Missouri is trending one way at the moment, maybe, and Kentucky the other way. I don't know. I'm going to be very locked in today, to be honest with you.
Where's Tim?
On vacation. But you know what?
Radio sucks. Salty bald dad from Caseyville.
I got some for him.
He's salty.
I got some for him. Here's Tim talking about Design Air.
Design Air Heating and Cooling has been with TMA for more than a decade. That's Seth Goldcamp's company, and they've been around a long time because Seth is 4th generation of Design Air Heating and Cooling. And one of the things that the family has been practicing since its founding in 1904 is the following. No upselling. We come by when we are asked to come by, we fix it, and clients know that they aren't going to be sold something on the way out. And that earns people's business for the long term. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. I'm a client. Martin Kilcoyne's a client. Doug Vaughn's a client. We ask that you become a client by going to designairservice.com. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email today on TMA, online at designairservice.com.
That is the sponsor of the email today. Fire those off. We'll read those 9:45 according to the scheduled dossier here. It's the morning after. Doug, Martin, Jackson, Chairman Kurt, Strick Nasty will be with us coming up from Carolina. Blues and Hurricanes. We'll talk a little puck. What's next for the likes of Robert Thomas, Jordan Binnington, even though the guys didn't get traded, even Parayko? Will they revisit that when you have more than 24 hours or 2 hours to decide? We'll talk some trade talk currently and potentially down the road. Strick is next on TMA. All right, Jackson's already established he'll be watching that Mizzou SEC tournament game in his little toll booth. I recommend you go to Village Bar. They'll have the Missouri game on. Sit back, enjoy yourself a lunch. Maybe just knock off a little early, or you tell the boss, I'll be back in later. Might even work from home. Go there, have a little lunch, get the best cheeseburger in town. The game will be going. And then over the weekend, don't forget about the tasting room for 1879 Distilling. They have that from noon to 5 on Saturdays, right there on the east end of the building. It's a really cool spot. Looks like a little speakeasy. Got a little gift shop for Village Bar in 1879. That is the home to Red Barn Vodka, 1879 Rye. So many different flavors. Get on that website. Really cool backstory. How they did this as an homage to the German heritage, the distilleries back in the 1800s. Award-winning products now being made right there out back at the Village Bar. Stop by for lunch, dinner, great place for your friends, family, all during the tournament run. Just a place to hang out. Find out more online and stop by for the tasting room, noon to 5 on Saturday. Good weekend to warm up indoors, 1879distilling.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues taking on the Carolina Hurricanes tonight. Pregame at 5, puck drop at 6 right here on 101 ESPN. We'll talk more Blues coming up right after this with Andy Strickland. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
In Stanley's Cup, there's a long way to go, but these boys can skate. West Coast game, I'm staying up late. I might be up all night. Let's go Blues, go for the gold. For that cup I'd sell my soul. Nothing better than playoff time. In the NHL, you got to be primed. Come on, boys. Keep your head on a swivel. Heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this, baby.
Oh, he likes to call it Daddy's time of year. That's when the playoffs roll around. It appears the local hockey squad, though, may not be partaking. Andy Strickland from the Cam and Strick podcast, FanDuel Sports Network Blues Insider with us. He's in Carolina. Blues play the Canes. Tonight, coverage here at 5 o'clock. The drop of the puck just past 6. Strick, have you recovered from the trade week trauma and turmoil and chaos?
Oh, I thought you meant from last night. No.
Okay. Doug, the team is done. Yeah. It's time for the media on the road to just crush it.
It would be a more interesting story to hear what happened last night. Anything good? Anything juicy?
No, nothing good. Nothing. You know what? Do you hear the birds in the background? It sounds like Augusta right now.
Oh,
I am in the middle of the forest here in North Carolina. It's a beautiful hotel where we're staying, surrounded by pine trees, just like in the middle of the woods. I'm sitting outside, just enjoying myself, and looking forward to a nice conversation with you. So, yeah, no, we've gotten through the trade deadline, and now it's all about the stretch drive. Just kind of finishing it out, however many games are left, 20 games or whatever it is, and just see where they fall. Everyone wants them to lose. That's the interesting part about this team. Everyone wants the Blues to lose, get as high of a pick as possible. But it's going to be difficult to do when their goaltending is playing at the level that they're playing right now. It's going to be tough to lose on a consistent basis. But they found a way the other night when they were up 3-0.
Yeah, they did. They did find a way. God bless them. 18 games, officially 18 games to go. My cousin Nick, who listens to the show in Atlanta, a big hockey guy from Minnesota, texted me the other day off air, and he said it's amazing how many fans, quote unquote, say, I just want them to lose. He said, have them name 2 draft picks. Like everybody says, but a top 2 or 3 pick maybe can be franchise altering, just historically for teams.
Oh, historically for sure. I mean, listen, you need a guy. Every team needs one. And what's interesting is you just never know what you're going to get in specific years. Like Nathan McKernan was a franchise-changing player for Colorado. They ended up getting Cale McCarr too, but Crosby, then they get Malkin, then they get Marc-Andre Fleury. You look at McDavid, you look at, Patrick Kane with Chicago. There's so many of those guys. But then, there's some years you get the first overall pick and it's Nico Hischier in New Jersey, who's still a really good player, but he's not a generational talent. Eric Johnson, obviously here in St. Louis, who we all experienced back in 2006. So you just never know. And, the big question mark this year is Gavin McKernan going to be in that category of a Connor Bedard, maybe, right? I mean, the jury's still out in terms of Bedard. But I meant McDavid, Crosby, McKernan. You just look at these guys, Macklin Celebrini right now in San Jose. These guys are just such difference makers. Is he in that category? And I can't really get that answer from scouts. He's turned it on as of late. We know he can defend his mom off the ice, so that is a real positive with, Gavin McKernan. But then you got Ivar Stenberg, who's Otto's brother, who, some people who are really on top of prospects and have been scouting this draft class say that they would take him ahead of Gavin McKernan. So, listen, if I'm a fan of the Blues, you want them to get as high of a draft pick as possible. They really need a guy. Very few teams find ways to win, although the Blues kind of did. but they had an Alex Pietrangelo who's going to go on to have become a Hall of Famer one day, who won a Stanley Cup here. He was the 4th overall pick, but they didn't really have one of these, flashy first overall guys. But for the most part, the teams that win have one.
Chances are the Blues won't get the first pick, but if they were to pick 4 or 5, 6, something like that, do you think there's enough talent out there that they could still get a real difference maker?
Oh, I think so. I mean, you pick in the top 5, you certainly should be able to. You got to hit on these picks, so that's the challenge. The Blues have done a great job over the years of hitting on first-round picks late in the first round. It's really amazing when you look at it, how many first-round picks they've hit on. And then, you look at the previous game the other night at home against the Islanders, and they've got 3 first-round picks in the lineup from the same year. That's the second time I remember the Blues having 3 first-round picks in the same year. They did years ago with Lars Eller and Ian Cole and David Perron, but I don't think the 3 of them ever played in a game at the same time. So they've had, players for the Blues who were all drafted in the same year, who have played in the same game for the team, but they weren't all drafted by the Blues. So that's kind of an interesting stat. When I was looking at it last night, the PR staff kind of sent it to us. But, listen, you pick in the top 5, and I think this year is no different. You will get a really, really good player. But it's not considered an overly deep draft. And, once you get out of the top 10, the way it's been explained to me is, there's a significant drop-off after that. So there's some real value of finding your way into the top 10 if you can get it. And listen, I know there's 18 games to go, and you look at where things are at right now. I would be shocked if the Blues played their way out of the top 10. I guess I shouldn't be overly surprised because we've seen this from the team in the past. But just based on the entire body of work this season, I would guess they're going to find their way there, but I guess you never know either.
Tip of the cap to Andy Strickland last week. The report comes out, Darren Drager, respected hockey insider, says that the Blues and Sabres have a deal in place to send Colton Parayko to Buffalo. And Andy quote tweeted just said, I'm just, basically hold on, not so fast. There's still, some things to be worked out. And primarily, Colton Parayko saying, yes, turns out that was indeed an issue there. How about moving forward? I want to walk through all these different players. It's pretty clear the Blues want to move on from a number of them. Do you think they revisit a Parayko trade this summer when there's more time for that player to consider that option?
Well, I'll say this. Typically, when you ask a player to move, you end up revisiting it. I mean, rarely do you ask a player to move his no-trade clause or try to trade a player. I mean, if it's part of a major hockey trade, which Doug
a hockey trade.
I don't care for the terminology.
Do you know
frankly.
what, Doug? It's a hockey trade.
Yeah, they're all hockey trades.
But and if you're trying to acquire, I mean, I'm just going to throw out a player from Buffalo. If the Blues were trying to acquire Rasmus Dahlin or Tage Thompson, and you're putting together a massive package, and the player waves doesn't happen, then yeah, you could say maybe there's a strong chance that they don't revisit it with that player. He was just included because you're trying to get a great player off of another team. This was for a first-round pick and a prospect, and a really high-end prospect. And you ask the player to move. Chances are that player gets asked to move again at some point in time. So, but, with that being said, I think Colton Parayko, just like any player, would most likely look at it and say, okay, this blindsided me a little bit. Wasn't expecting it. And so it shocked me. But I think once the shock wears off, I think you start to scan the league and you say, if the team were to come back to me and ask me to waive again, I'm gonna utilize my no trade again and make sure that they move me to a team that I want to go to. And I'm sure now he and his agent have probably looked at the league and kind of have an idea of where he would accept a trade and where he would want to go. And I would think eventually that conversation and that communication will take place between his camp and the Blues if it hasn't already, assuming that they want to go back down that road.
What kind of depth do they have on the blue line? I mean, I get it. You move on from Falk, and then if you did trade Parayko this summer, I mean, you can roll out the Kessels and Tuckers, but do they have enough depth? Is there enough coming up?
Well, they've got this, Adam Jiricek, who they're super excited about, who they drafted in the first round 2 years ago. And, there wasn't a lot of hype on him coming into his draft year because he injured his knee in the World Junior Championships. So if he didn't get injured, he's 100% going into in the top 10, and he ended up going just outside of the top 10. He's playing unbelievable this year with Brantford in the Ontario Hockey League. Probably will be named the top defenseman in the league when it's all said and done. That team's really strong. Jamie Key's their head coach, so he's constantly providing some feedback and some giving some updates on how he's playing. But he is really, really good. He played some preseason games with the Blues too, and really stood out in training camp. And they're super excited about him, as they should. And he was great in the World Juniors once again this past year. I think he's played each of the last 3 years in the World Junior Championships for Czechia. So they've got him, who's a right-hand shot like Colton Parayko. So you have him coming up. We saw the Lindstein kid play his first NHL game the other night. I actually thought he looked pretty good. Great skater. But he was like minus 24 or something like that in the American League. So you just kind of didn't know what to expect, but better than expected. Some guys play better in the NHL than they do in the American Hockey League. And I think that could be the case for a guy like Lindstein. They got a Colin Ralph kid who they took in the second round.
Doug, you're big on Colin Ralph, aren't you?
I love the way he plays.
He's like 6'5". He's a monster of a human being. He's from Minnesota, but he actually came to St. Louis and went to Kirkwood High School for his senior year of high school, I believe, and played for Carshield AAA in St. Louis. So he's got a little bit of St. Louis background. I remember watching him play back in the day when he was playing for Carshield. Massive, massive human being, just huge. Doesn't necessarily bring a ton of offense, but he can skate, and a big guy like a Colton Parayko, for example. So, yeah, I think there are some players in the system, but we're talking about a guy that's represented Canada twice, most recently in the Olympics. Those guys are difficult to replace, but, with moving on from Braden Shen, you immediately save $13 million. Now, you did bring back a contract in Jonathan Drouin, who's owed $4 million moving into next year. So essentially you save $9 million. Justin Falk's owed $6.5 million next season. You're shedding that off of the payroll too. And that's the primary reason as to why you're making those deals. So now you're going to have some money to spend. The cap is going up, and if I were a fan, I would be most excited about to see how they use that money. Well, what are they going to do with that money? Who are they going to be able to bring in to help this team moving forward in the short term to replace these guys that they're moving on from? That's what I want to know.
What about Robert Thomas, who he said publicly and on the record just said, I was never asked to waive my no trade. They didn't come to me and offer. There was no deal in place that he was aware of. But it does seem like, we had him on the show the other day, then we talked to him down there. It seems like there's a little bit of an impasse or frustration between player and front office, just the idea that they would even consider trading him. It seems like he's going to get moved. What's your read on Thomas?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would say that's probably accurate. He's another guy that hadn't experienced this in the past, and I think when it happens, your reaction is probably going to be like the one that we saw from Robert Thomas, where you're just a little bit surprised. Some people take it personal, and they feel disrespected by it. But it is business. And, sometimes the team kind of puts themselves in this situation. I'm a firm believer in that. Obviously, if they're a playoff team right now, or if they had reached expectations, then and everyone had played consistent hockey and played great hockey, you're probably not in this situation. Now, I'll say this about Robert Thomas. This guy's been playing unbelievable hockey since the return from the Olympic break, which is what he did last year, too. The final 25 games of the season last year, I think he led the league in scoring coming out of the Four Nations. And now all of a sudden he's getting 2 points a game every single night, looking like he's establishing great chemistry with Jimmy Snuggerud. I'll be really interested to see how this one plays out, too. But again, different type of situation. If you're moving Robert Thomas, you're getting something significant, multiple significant pieces in return. And I don't think it was a situation. I said this to you guys last week on the day of the trade deadline, where they're just looking to move on from Robert Thomas versus teams calling, and maybe the Blues putting it out there, but basically no, we're not really looking to move him, but if you want to give us X, Y, and Z, then we would consider it. And again, guys, they never went to Robert Thomas. That kind of tells you everything you need to know, that they never had a deal for Robert Thomas, so therefore there was nothing to ever talk to him about. I know some people feel like, hey, they should go talk to the player before they even have these conversations. But my experience, it doesn't always work that way. I know there's different situations for different players. I mean, if you're dealing with a, Quinn Hughes, for example, who's moving on from Vancouver, you may talk to him and find a place that is suitable for him, even though he didn't have a no trade. But typically, you don't go to the player unless you have a deal. And obviously, they didn't have a deal for Robert Thomas. I think part of the conversation with Colton Parayko in terms of why it was such a surprise to a lot of people and a surprise to him was I think some of these conversations you're having about other players all of a sudden turned quickly to Colton Parayko where his name came up. But you're talking about significant pieces. So if you're moving on from him, something special is coming back. So I don't think that one's as much of a slam dunk or a guarantee to say, hey, the Blues are going to revisit that conversation. They might. But I will say this, little things like taking the ceremonial puck drop, which Robert Thomas participated in the other day because they don't have a captain right now and they sent him out there. Go into the penalty box to speak to the referee as he's sorting out penalties. I mean, listen, you're seeing him now all of a sudden take on that role that you typically see from the captain. And, I feel like he's embracing that. And if he's going to play the way that he's played the last 4 or 5 games and finish the season like that, listen, these are difficult players to replace. He's 26 years of age. Something really special better be coming back if you're going to move on from Robert Thomas. But again, the way you've seen him play the last 4 or 5 games, this is what they expect from him. They want to see him play like that over the course of 82 games and show that consistency and truly be a driver, drive the bus for this team, and be that guy that can help this next generation of Blues players who are going to come along. If he does that, I don't see why they would move him.
For players like Thomas and Parayko, does the situation change at all? Is the atmosphere a little different with Armstrong turning over the reins to Steen? Or are Armstrong and Steen in lockstep with everything they're trying to do?
I think they're fully in lockstep, and they have to be. Any move that Doug Armstrong is going to make that affects the future of this team, you have to make sure that Alexander Steen's on the same page. Otherwise, what are we doing, right? That wouldn't make any sense if all of a sudden, like, if he wants X player as part of his future and short-term future, I don't want to call it a rebuild or whatever, but and then you move on from him, that probably wouldn't go very well, right? So, and Doug Armstrong wouldn't do that. So Alexander Steen, if there's anybody in the organization who's aware of every single move and every single, I would think, even conversation that Doug Armstrong is having, it's him. So it's really going to be. I believe that transition into Alexander Steen has already started. We're there. And this is not going to wait until July 1st or whatever that official date is when he takes over. And I'll be interested when we get to the draft, for example, with the Blues having 3 first-round picks and what they do with those. Who's sitting in the GM chair and who's calling a lot of those shots. Now, listen, we all know Doug Armstrong is going to be here, and he's still going to be president of hockey. But I truly believe he's going to allow Alexander Steen to make the decisions and be the guy with help from Doug Armstrong. And he'll be there to assist and obviously, provide his experience and his opinions on things. And that they'll still work together. But I truly believe this is going to be handed off to Alexander Steen more so than people even think.
I'm a little concerned. Are you under attack by a falcon at this point?
It sounds like buzzards.
I feel like they're circling. They're like, Strick is not going to make it to the rink. There's probably a bus coming up here shortly. Are you feeling threatened by the birds?
I'm not feeling threatened by the birds because the birds they're chirping. I feel like they're protecting me, but there's a massive bumblebee that's following me. I keep walking around because it's chasing me around. I've never seen anything like it. I got to take a picture of it and send it to you.
Oh. You know why? That's because you've always got the buzz, Strick.
It looks like an African killer bee, like one of those type of things.
What would you advise? So next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, your buddy Camp Jansen's going to be here in studio. I've said to have the delay, the button, the drop button ready because the man uses the F-bomb like a verb, an adjective, a noun, whatever they do. Any tips to the boys for Cam in studio other than be ready for a man to sweat profusely?
Have some towels nearby. Hide the women and children. Throw the chair away after he's done sitting in it for 3 hours. That's one thing I would do for sure. but be prepared to be entertained, man. He's the best. You guys will have fun with Cam Jansen. And listen, I know he uses the F-bomb a lot, but he knows how to turn that off, and so that will not be a concern when he's on radio. But he's going to bring some entertainment and some fun for sure.
All right, check out the latest Cam and Strick podcast with Jim Duthie. Last week, Kenny Albert, some of the biggest names in hockey, are always on the pod. And
did you say Jim Duthie?
Did I get it wrong?
James Duthie.
James Duthie. I knew it was one of those guys.
I love it.
Hockey insider. Well, my friend Jim is here. Jim Duthie. That's James. It's Duthie. I know he is. I know him by sight, I guess. Not by name, but I only listen to the podcast for the first hour for you guys just to bust on each other.
Sometimes that's the best part, the opening monologue. It's good. It's a good hour and a half, 2 hours. So give yourself time.
All right, good luck with the bees. Good luck with the birds and all of that. Oh, and there's a hockey game tonight with Carolina. All right, thanks, Strick.
All right, fellas. Thanks as always. Talk soon.
All right, thank you.
Doug, it's James Duthie. I just saw their
Duffy, you say Doofy. I say tomato, you say tomato.
He's one
whose last name is Duthie.
Duthie.
Okay, I would have got that wrong.
Well, I don't know.
How was there an F in there?
I was trying to give them a little plug.
No, I thought it was nice.
Yeah, it went over really well. It did sound like the birds were circling. They're like, all right, that's enough, Strick. Quit breaking it down.
I would 100% call him James Duthie. Wow, how?
And looking at that?
Yeah, how is there an
honestly,
F?
I thought it was the man's name.
How's that an F?
They're saying Duthie, I think.
Duffy?
Didn't you say it's TH?
I thought you said Duffy.
No, TH.
Yeah, I know. I can read English.
Well, that's also what Andrew said, Duffy. Andrew, get it right. James Duthie.
Yeah.
We learned something on the show.
Yeah. Well, you should also learn there's only one F in Schaefer, as in Schaefer door.
Bingo.
SCHAEFER. That's more important to spell than Duthie. They service all kinds of garage doors for both service and new installs with LiftMaster at Schaefer Door. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. One of the great things about Schaefer Door Company is they have that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. For whatever reason, when garage doors go sour, oftentimes it happens over the weekend. You get out there on Monday morning, try to get out of the garage, and you can't do it. So Schaefer Door is right there to help you out. They'll get somebody out there lickety-split to your home. They also service those giant warehouse doors. If you own a business that's got those big giant doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. Their service techs will come out. They are not commission-based. They're not going to sell you something you don't need. If you don't need a whole new garage door, when they're at my house, they said, you just need a strut. So they put in a strut, and the garage door works perfectly now. Big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you talk to a real person when you give them a little jingle. And you call them at 636-782-3608. You probably won't remember that. You will remember this. Here's their website, SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Trade Bucci and Cairo, keep Thomas. That's the best path forward. I think trading Buchnevich would be a little less appealing to the other team than trading. That reminds me of the old Sports Open line. You would just call in and say, we'll send them, name your worst player, and we'll throw in another bad player.
And we like Willie Mays in return.
Yes. And they give us Jim Rice, and we'll take Butch Hobson, and we'll give them
Hobson. Well, there's a name I hadn't heard in a while.
And we'll give them Mike Ramsey. And then Roger Cover gets to know. Hey, hang up on this guy. He doesn't know anything.
Butch Hobson. He was their third baseman, right?
Yeah, he was.
I think so.
Well, when I said Jim Rice, I needed another prominent Red Sox to go along with.
Butch Hobson. I'm taking a look at him. When did
he was the third baseman
right-handed
in
hitter.
the late 70s for the Boston Red Sox. I would have been a little kid. I must have had his baseball card.
Here's a little back the baseball card stat on Butch Hobson. He was backup quarterback for the Crimson Tide under Bear Bryant from 1969 through 1972.
Was he?
Does that mean he's backing up Namath? Namath maybe a little earlier?
Probably earlier.
Probably like 65.
Yeah. We'll take your Alabama
Forrest Gump.
When did Doug?
Well, he was on Alabama under Bear Bryant, and he would have been there the same time as Joe Namath.
Is that good or bad?
Good. Forrest Gump?
Namath would have played there in the mid-'60s.
Because he was drafted by the football Cardinals, right?
Yeah, and he played that Super Bowl III was 1969, I believe.
Okay. So this guy was, Butch Hobson was living in a post-Namath world.
Okay, I've got Kenny Stabler, the Snake, at Alabama from 64 to 67. Okay. What's your guy? What's
Butch Hobson.
Okay, so if Kenny Stabler was 64, 67 with the Crimson Tide, Namath 61-64. So Namath gave way to Stabler, which gave way to Forrest Gump.
Yeah, well,
Forrest Gump wasn't a quarterback, though, was he?
He's a return specialist.
Yeah, well, he could run. He could fly.
Not much, not very, not a lot of juke moves for Forrest Gump, a lot of straight line runs.
Right.
I would not get in his way.
No. Fast as grease lightning.
Text in. You can do that. It's the Air Comfort Service. Text inbox 399-9646, 8 o'clock hour. Papers, of course, brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store.
Our friends.
We are well into the 8 o'clock hour here on TMA, the morning after, sponsored by Brown and Crouppen. We've got this Polos Plus dossier, and it says to me, Doug, next up is death, taxes, and papers.
Oh, okay.
And it includes Mad Dog Russo as well as a little World Baseball Classic. That's all coming up here. It's TMA on 101 ESPN. James Taylor's birthday?
Yeah.
I thought it was because I mentioned the Boston Red Sox. He's a big Boston guy.
But Carolina's on my mind is coming up in next. With the Blues.
That's a good
team. Carolina.
He's got to be 80.
Oh, right around there. Let's see. Because he, maybe not as old as a Mick Jagger type. 79.
He turned 78 today.
Oh. Okay. Busted. It all holds up. There was that era, too, the folk rock kind of right after that. Dan Fogelberg, you're not going to sit around and listen to that, but James Taylor, you will.
That's the kind of, this was pop music in the 70s, but now it would be country music.
Yeah, folk or country, yeah. Would you say Creedence Clearwater Revival was kind of folk rock?
Country rock?
Folk rock.
Folk rock, yeah. That genre. And they're always talking about being down on the bayou, Doug. But they're from Northern California. Right. But they're always talking about the bayou. Minute Ball eligible, we were talking to Strick about first-round picks and top picks, a screen grab that really is telling. And he said, this 5-year snapshot always kills me when I dare look at it. In 2004, Doug, the first overall pick in the NHL draft.
2004.
Okay. Still playing.
Can we take a guess?
Yes.
Sidney Crosby.
It's a really good guess, but it's wrong.
Can we have initials, please?
Alex Ovechkin.
Yes. Hey, you know your hockey.
Yeah. Yeah, if you've played for more than 20 years, I can get around to you.
I love his nickname, the Great Eight.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So Ovechkin was the first overall pick in 2004. The next year, papers, Sidney Crosby.
Right.
The Vitale, they call it the Vitale draft.
Yeah, it is the Vitale class.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead to 2007, Patrick Kane. 2008, Steven Stamkos. Just incredible run of talent there. 2006, the St. Louis Blues select Eric Johnson. Nice guy. Nice career. Played a long time. First overall pick. And that's after they were in the crap or they're in the tank. And they're like, okay, Bill Laurie, we're moving on. We're starting over. And again, those picks, Sidney Crosby, Alexander Ovechkin, Stamkos, Kane, they can really change the franchise. And God bless you. I guess he will not be a surprise guest at this point.
Eric Johnson.
Hey, guys, thanks for mentioning me. And then he had one of the bizarre, remember, Doug, the golf cart? They were on the Blues had a golf outing.
No.
In the Ozarks, and he fell off the golf cart. It needed a deeper dive. It's what The Shining was actually about. It needed further vetting, but something weird happened. He fell off a golf cart, and he was never quite the same.
Yeah. I always worry about that when guys in that position are horsing around. I know they're having fun. Early 20s, you think you're invincible. But, boy, it just takes one little accident and just can ruin everything.
I'm sure some of their contracts have... I can assure myself that golf is not one of the things that would be prohibited in someone's contract. But if you're like
surfing,
skiing,
parasailing,
snowboarding,
skiing,
yeah.
I was a Jeff Kent injury. Didn't he have something? I don't know if he said he fell off a truck when he was washing his truck and broke a wrist or something. There was a little drama
2002 spring training incident where he broke his left wrist, initially claiming it was from washing his truck, but later reports indicated it was from a motorcycle accident.
Yeah. I was covering the Blues out of town during the playoffs one year, and I saw 3 or 4 of them driving down the road in those little scooters, electric scooters, going really fast in traffic. And I thought, holy smokes, if that's not just a major accident waiting to happen, I don't know what is. Right. If I was the coach of the GM, I'd say, no, guys, we're going to stay off the scooters during the playoffs.
Yeah. You want to do that right afterwards, be my guest.
Did you do a story that night? News 4 has learned Blues players are acting irresponsibly in the wake of the playoffs.
No, I wouldn't.
Wouldn't that have been great?
I wouldn't do that.
Well, Channel 4 had a stipulation because you were an essential worker that you couldn't do any of those extreme sports either.
Right. And I could never be in the same spot as Steve Savard or Zip Zappa.
Right.
Because if we should both go down, we'd have no essential sportscasters.
Like the heads of Coca-Cola. They can't be on the same flight in case they go down.
President, vice president.
Doug's the designated survivor of KMOV.
Yeah. What's the movie with the designated survivor?
There's a series that I think is Kiefer Sutherland, becomes the president as a designated survivor
24?
situation.
Was that
no? It's a separate show.
Separate show.
Yeah. It sounds interesting.
It was the first season or so was very interesting, but then it kind of got out of control.
Yeah.
Guys, Eric Johnson was the consensus #1 pick, always believed to be the D-man that was going to win multiple Norris trophies. I'm not saying it was the wrong pick. He just didn't turn out to be the guy. I agree with that. It wasn't like a reach as a pick. He was expected to be the #1.
Who's the worst first round pick in St. Louis in the 21st century? Doesn't have to be #1 overall.
Lawrence Phillips gets a lot of play because there was so much drama. He was the Rams picked, 5th or 6th, Doug, real high.
Great college player.
But had a lot of off-field problems.
Just first round. Doesn't have to be first overall, but first round. Could you make
I just guessed. Doug, I put one out there, and he's still...
He didn't like it at all.
You're looking at me and saying, I didn't even answer the question.
I didn't want it to be a 9-second discussion.
Well, I know, but we were just getting going, and you repeated the question as if I did.
People cycle on, and they cycle off.
What kind of teacher?
Is it possible that he wasn't a 21st century draft pick? Could he have been
he's
late
in the 96, yeah.
Yeah.
And
So that
Vermeil-
was the wrong answer.
Yeah.
And Dick Vermeil cried about it when Randy Naughton said, "You seem sad about this." He goes, "You're damn right I'm sad." It was kind of an early grandma. But then it elicited a great answer. So what was the question, Papers? Because people cycle on and off every 9 seconds.
The worst first-round pick by any St. Louis sports
I mean, the Rams had a lot of them. You
Jason
can just break
Smith.
it down. But, I mean, the Cardinals have had a ton of
Jason
busts.
Smith might be it. Was he the 2nd overall pick?
I think so.
Yes.
Greg Robinson.
Could hardly even crack the starting lineup.
Yeah.
And Greg Robinson was kind of like Jason Smith 2.0,
Right.
a couple of years apart.
Well, the Robinson one gets kind of, not maybe canceled out, but is softened because Aaron Donald was picked 15 or 16 picks later. And everyone was upset about that. If you would have asked people in that moment, what do you think was the worst pick, Greg Robinson or Aaron Donald, they probably would have told you Aaron
If
Donald.
had been the first overall pick, it would have worked out.
Yeah, it would have been the right play.
Well, Jackson, you're getting defended here. He said 21st century, dummy.
Yeah, thank you. Whoever that was, you the man.
Will Clark, postgame bevy. Do you like dummy, Doug, as an insult? Like dummy. The old red you big dummy?
It's what's our guy? Don Imus, we call someone a dummy.
Dummy. What's wrong? Oh, you said 21st century? Trump candidate getting some play. And that was also, it was a late first round, but they also had Marshall Faulk, who was a pretty good running back. And people are like, what are you doing here?
Cardinals have had a few that didn't amount to anything.
A lot.
But every team does. Nobody bats.
Remember Jim Lindemann was going to be a big star, right? Paul Coleman never surfaced.
Yeah, they drafted a shortstop.
We'll probably start getting some Gorman and Walker votes if we keep going down this.
Well, at least they made it.
Well, that's good. That's a good barometer, don't you think? Now, NFL, you're on the team. You get drafted for your first round. But in baseball, it's a great point. Hockey, maybe you don't get to the league.
Yeah, baseball is tougher
to handicap. That's a good barometer.
Because you don't have as much info on them beforehand. And
they're not paid exorbitant amounts of money like a first-round pick in basketball or football. I guess they are paid a lot more than they used to be.
Right.
If you get drafted in the first round now, you're probably set for a lot of years, even in baseball.
For baseball. But the NFL changed it. Remember, it was Sam Bradford instantly became the highest paid player on the team before he even took a snap. And now they changed it.
Yeah.
And he had a little bit of an NFL career, but from a Rams perspective, it was a bust because he wasn't the guy.
Just riddled with injury.
Yeah, they thought they would transform the franchise.
But how could you know? Everyone.
No.
The consensus was, of course, you take.
It was him or Ndamukong Suh.
Well, a lot of these are good picks that didn't turn out.
Sure.
Not just, that was a horrible pick. What were you thinking?
I think the Greg Robinson one, you could make an argument was a bad pick.
Yeah. And didn't they immediately switch him from guard to tackle?
Yeah, it was
or whatever. It's like,
he couldn't pass block, and that was what they desperately needed.
Well, we'll use him. We'll bring him in and out on situations. So they'll know when he comes in, it's a non-passing.
He probably got boosted up by blocking for Trey Mason against Missouri when it ran for 320 yards or whatever.
But to Doug's gauge, did they, a lot of these guys at least made it to the league, Gorman and Walker, but Paul Coleman in 1989, Doug, he was the 6th overall pick out of high school. And
he played at a small high school in Texas and hit like 500 with a whole bunch of home runs.
Yeah.
And they didn't take into account he was seeing 65-mile-an-hour fastballs probably in this tiny little high school baseball league that he played in. Yeah, and he went nowhere.
Made it to Arkansas in 1993, and that was it.
Sorry to keep harping on this Greg Robinson draft.
You were really,
I remember liking everyone liked Jake Matthews more. Greg Robinson no longer plays. Jake Matthews still plays, is on a 2-year, $45 million contract, 12 years into his career. So there you go. And he was picked like 5 picks later.
And the old football Cardinals had a lot of just terrible picks.
Oh, gosh.
It became almost a running joke.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they didn't have a clue. And George Boone was making those draft picks, and we always started to think, don't do any research at all. Just take a look at one of the mock drafts. Just pick whoever they tell you to pick.
The Rich Gould model of drafting.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
His daughter was in my grade school class. We were at their house for like a grade school graduation, and I said something about, hey, tell me about some of the top college players. And he said, well, if I tell you that, then you'd be able to do my job. And I kind of, as a 14-year-old, I probably could.
Yeah. And the truth is you probably could.
Based on the results.
Yeah.
Greg Robinson, 2014, somebody agreeing with you. 1 pick later went 3 to the Falcons. Not sure what that means.
Falcons, they picked Matthews 6th.
Okay.
The next pick was Blake Bortles.
He was going to be the guy for the Jags.
Yeah.
Kelly Stouffer, remember when that pick happened, Doug? Kevin Horrigan wrote the column the next day, which he couldn't do anymore. He said, oh, my God, they picked a girl. That was the column, Kevin Horrigan. Old sport.
For a while there, they had this great offense, and they kept drafting offensive players. Were desperate for anybody on defense, and they just would not pick a defensive player. And then they moved.
And then they moved. Oh, it's brutal.
Guys, it's only been an hour and a half without Tim, but the show hasn't totally sucked yet.
Nice.
Huh. So good job to you guys. Jackson's Lone Wispy Pew. Okay. Donnie Avery, Jimmy Kennedy, trading up for Tavon Austin. That was trash.
Yeah.
Cycling on.
Was Ty Hill a first-round pick?
Yes.
That one's rough.
You can't
he was shorter than Tim.
Yeah, he's like 5'8", 130 pounds. Come on.
But they called him Mr. Pick, didn't they?
No, that was on TMA. He was a guest of the Morning Grind, TMG, and I think the cat said, do you have a nickname? And he really didn't have one. And so we kind of workshopped with him. And he said, yeah, man, just call me Mr. Pick. We did. Mr. Bad Draft Pick. Seemed like a nice guy.
Yeah, he was.
How many career interceptions you think for Mr. Pick?
Couple, maybe. 2.
Did he go to Carolina after he left here? He went to...
Rams, Falcons, Lions.
Sure. I'm going to say 7.
Jackson?
I'm on his Wikipedia page, so I'm recusing myself.
What'd you say, Doug?
I'm saying 2.
Mr. Pick had 5.
Did he have 5?
Right there in the
That's what you won from a first-round pick. You know, sometimes, interceptions for cornerbacks isn't an indicative stat. If you're a real lockdown corner, they're not throwing the ball towards you. So I think Ty Hill's getting shortchanged here.
Oh.
Because he was shutting down everybody.
Yeah. He was like Darrelle Revis, you know?
My friend Kenny Ford texted in a suggestion of Clyde Duncan being the worst first-round pick.
There are a couple of votes via text as well. That was a big red pick, and I think Jim Hannafin had stories about he couldn't catch, he couldn't run. He went to Biddle and said, what are we doing here?
I don't know if people misheard me, but I said this is 21st century draft picks.
Oh, gosh.
So I'll say
I misheard you, and then I was chastised by you and the texters.
That's right, as you should be.
Trunk candidate getting votes again.
That's when the Rams had the greatest offense, the greatest show on turf, and they drafted yet another running back.
It was the year they won the Super Bowl with Marshall Faulk.
Mart saying, give me somebody on defense,
and they bring
please.
Trunk candidate in. And again, super nice guy. Did a big piece the year after he was drafted. And I said, can you get me some photos? He talked a lot about his mom and how she'd been really influential in his life. And for the piece, I said, you know what I really need I need a really good photo of you and your mom for the piece. The next week at Rams Park, he said, I got it out in my car. It was a giant framed photo of like that you would put over your mantle of him and his mother. He said, will this work? And I said, I guess we can shoot video of it. And I was like, I don't think he quite got what we were going for there. He had a few moments, though.
Right. I remember the video when they drafted him of him beating a car in a race.
Yes, that was it.
Yeah. Like a 100-yard dash. In Arizona, I think is where he played, and he beat the car.
Who was the linebacker the Cardinals drafted at the quarter in his
Johnny
year?
Bearfield.
Okay. Guys, I feel the Rams are drafting bad on purpose because they were ready to leave St. Louis. I think eventually that could have been a topic, and then Les Snead started drafting players for L.A.
Yeah, but again, I say that same year they drafted Greg Robinson, they then drafted Aaron Donald, which everyone chastised. They're like, you're drafting this undersized interior defensive lineman, and he's like one of the 3 or 4 best defensive players, probably the best of the modern era.
Yeah, it is a coin flip, though.
Yeah,
every team has it's a corn flip. Every team hits and misses. They all do. The whole league is a corn flip.
This is going to be a real corn flip.
when Iowa State play.
I do like a malaprop because when Strickland was saying, he called him Doug Strong. And I'm like, that sounds like if Army was getting fired, people would hashtag Doug Strong. What'd you say, Doug? Corn flip.
It's a corn flip.
Yeah, it's a corn flip.
The draft.
Yeah. Somebody wanted the text inbox earlier about Jackson, you would have removed your head. They said something about your... Again, a malaprop.
Would you even want to go on living if you didn't have a head?
Would I still be able to see and talk?
Nope.
I would just have a detached...
You just flounder around, I guess.
So I would just be like, oh, yeah, no, I wouldn't. I'd be darkness.
But I assume, unless you can see out of your neck.
If I could still talk and see, I would just have a detached head that I'd have to carry around. That'd be kind of fun, I think.
Would you rather have none or 2 like that girl I talked about yesterday?
Probably 2, yeah.
You could live at least with 2.
I was curious whether they had to pay for 2 tickets to the concert.
No. You pay by the ass.
Title of the segment
for cheek.
Yeah. Well, no.
Chairman, is that now the title of the segment?
It was, and then they moved.
Well, in an airplane situation, a concert, anything, you pay by the ass for sure. You wouldn't pay by the head. That'd be what a raw deal that would be.
Been born with 1 head but 2 asses.
So some people look like it.
Now we're hitting our stride.
Some people look like it.
Then you'd need 2 plane tickets.
Yeah, if you had 4 cheeks. That'd be tough, wouldn't it?
I gotta look up if there's anybody with 2
That's not a thing. How could that work? You'd be built so odd.
It'd be tough on the digestive system.
You wouldn't be able to support. I'm sure you could support yourself. You'd have a good wide base. Talking about wide base.
The AI overview says there are some people that may have a double butt.
Oh, that's not a thing. Double butt. Some people just get fat and then have that.
Actually, okay, extremely rare cases of anal doubling is a thing.
Oh. So would you have 4 legs?
Chairman Curtis entered the chat.
You look like an octopus.
You guys can have your 2000 Rams talk. I'm here for the double butts.
Would that mean you have 4 legs?
Maybe it's... This is so dumb.
Yeah. We did get some compliments earlier about the show going well, and then Jugs in DC said, "I don't know, this show's been kind of brutal."
Yeah.
and then moments later, never mind, show's awesome. There you go, Doug. There's cycling on, cycling off.
Don't take off that shirt, you hear?
Oh.
Okay.
They give you 10 nice-sized fritters.
I'd like a fritter right now. A nice size one.
Girl, Bill.
Paper just kind of lost himself in the drops.
Dudes be trying to push up on my wife. She bad. It's just the game, right?
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Okay, but that's the end of it, I guess.
Okay. All right. Let's do this, Doug. Let's come back and reset the conversation. We do have, I mentioned this earlier, too, death, taxes, and papers. We're going to talk some World Baseball Classic. Mark DeRosa probably finding out recently. The U.S. will play, Doug. They are in it.
Yeah.
They're in it. They're advancing thanks to Italy and thanks to the Royals. Vinny Pasquantino, who is Italian in name, he's a Royals teammate. Mm-hmm. He said after the game, they go, anything you want to say? He's like, yeah, the U.S. thanked me. He said, tell Bobby Witt to leave the room unlocked. He said to leave my room key out.
I got that audio for us coming up next. I also have, did you see that they're drinking a lot of espresso in the dugout for Team Italy? The little cups.
Just when you thought this wasn't a serious competition.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
It's the Brown and Crouppen morning after. Of course, this hour, the 8 o'clock hour, is brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. We've got the text inbox, 399-9646, the Air Comfort Service, text inbox, phone lines. Did we go? Oh, we did go to the phones earlier for clarification on the DoorDash, and then everybody was thoroughly confused.
Martin's sweater vest.
Apparently, I owned a sweater vest. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And, of course, I would never forget the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It's just that when I look up there, there's guys, you remember Jack Black's tail, Jackson?
Jack Black's tail?
Tail. Did he have a tail?
I don't remember him having it. Which picture? You're going to have to be more specific.
They're going to have to be more. And then the Devil's Cry said, could you just play drops the rest of the day? God, I wouldn't mind that.
I love a good Drops of the Week coming up tomorrow.
I think Jack Black may have had a tail in Shallow Hal.
I never saw that.
As part of his quaff.
How long was the tail?
I'm not familiar with the picture either.
I like Jack Black in the movie Bernie. That's a fun one.
We'll take your Bernie calls.
Also,
your
just
Bernie
one more
text.
thing on this double butt thing. There's something called a Miami thong lift. That's a surgical procedure that helps by removing some of the excess skin.
I think I'm going to follow Kurt around just one weekend. So you got a weird S&M gift shop he goes into.
We don't kink shame.
TMA, and there's plenty to email about. It's the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. You can get those in 9:45 on the Polos Plus dossier, I believe.
Yep, Schaefer Door Company giving away a $5,000 garage door.
How about that? All right. It's the morning after on 101 ESPN.
If you've opened your energy bill lately and thought there has to be a better way, you're probably right. Drafty, outdated windows can quietly drain your wallet month after month, letting warm air escape in the winter, cool air leak out in the summer, and forcing your HVAC system to work overtime. March is that time of year when a lot of us are thinking about fresh starts and maybe even getting a tax refund. And instead of spending that money on something temporary, what if you invest it in something that improves your home for decades? Universal Windows Direct makes that decision easy. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free. There's no limit. The more you upgrade, the more you save. Plus, you get 24 months with no payments and no interest, giving you 2 full years to enjoy the comfort before paying a dime. And this month, they're also offering a $500 bonus off your home improvement project. So, if you're thinking about how to put your refund to good use this year, consider investing in something that pays you back every single month in energy savings and comfort. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Buy 2, get 2 free, no payments, no interest for 24 months. $500 off your project. Upgrade now and enjoy comfort that lasts for decades. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Jackson's getting in a good headspace here. Sure. Mizzou basketball, that'll probably be right on time because it's the first game of the day in Nashville. It's the SEC tournament. Mizzou taking on Kentucky. Both teams went 10-8 in the SEC. Mizzou clipped Big Blue in Lexington in January. Both teams 20-12 on the season. Mizzou with a win. I think we're going to say then it's a lock that they're in the NCAA.
Yeah, you get a second win over Kentucky for the year. If you were even on the, I get they are on the bubble.
Though ESPN had them listed as should be in.
So Lenardi, as of 1 a.m. this morning, had Missouri as an 11 seed playing in Dayton against VCU for the right to play in St. Louis against Louisville, where he had previously had them as a 10 seed. Now, you ask yourself, did Missouri play in the last couple of days for Joe Lenardi to drop them? They did not. A common opponent of theirs that they lost to, Texas, also lost. Texas did not move. Missouri dropped.
And you don't like it?
It doesn't make much sense to me, but as Doug has said, it doesn't really matter.
No,
but
it doesn't.
It is certainly noteworthy.
Billikens play Friday morning in Pittsburgh. Their first A-10 game, it's going to be either Fordham or George Washington. Illinois up in Chicago. They're the 4th seed at the Big Ten tournament. Illini will face either Washington or Wisconsin. Got to think Wisconsin will take care of the Huskies, and then you got a pretty tough matchup for ILL.
Yeah, Wisconsin.
With Wisconsin, they've been world beaters.
Yeah, I was gonna say they've Kingslayers.
Yes,
regicide, Doug. Regicide.
What does that mean?
I guess when you kill a king.
Is it?
That's called regicide.
Pretty sure.
As in Regis.
As in Regal.
As in Regis.
Yeah. Regis Philbin.
And boom. That's my quick Regis. He would always say like boom. This guy's bonkers.
He would talk and it would be elevated. Just and it would just kind of
former Channel 4 guy.
Really?
Regis Philbin, yeah.
In St. Louis?
Did he do news or like a talk show?
I think both.
I didn't know that.
Going way back. Yeah.
He's not from here, right?
I don't think so, no.
Big Notre Dame guy.
When he died, a couple years ago? 2020.
He was one of those guys that everybody liked. You couldn't help but like him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was. He's from Connecticut. Greenwich, Connecticut.
All right.
Does it list on there his Channel 4 era?
Yeah,
probably
sure
in the
does.
50s.
Early work. Let's see, talk shows. One moment here.
Okay.
I don't have anything on St. Louis.
Maybe don't.
Oh, yes. He filmed Regis Philbin Saturday night in St. Louis on KMOV. At the time, KMOX TV.
I think Andy Cohen was an intern at Channel 4, as was Joe Buck.
Oh,
and
Doug's claiming everybody.
And they've seemed to make it.
Yeah, they all lapped you.
No,
it's tough, man.
Yeah,
I think Mike Tirico used to cut tape over at 590 just before he got his big break.
Greg Amsinger, also an intern at Channel 4.
Okay. What if the whole surprise list for a week was just former staffers at KMOV?
Could you say that they're part of the Doug Vaughn coaching tree?
I don't think I could take credit for any of that.
You're like the Tex Winter of broadcasting?
I wouldn't say that, no.
Okay.
But I didn't even know Andy Cohen was there. I had no idea he was an intern until he said that in some interview later.
It's one thing if it's, a name you have no idea who they are, and then they become successful. You're like, oh, wow, that's good. I remember. Oh, yeah, good kid. I remember him. But when it's Joe Buck, it's Jack's son. So can you treat him like an intern, Doug? You're like, hey, tomorrow we wanted you to go to the Steamers practice. Do whatever you want.
Yeah. Well, his dad was so nice to everybody. We weren't about to
not that you would haze him, but like giving him assignment and Joe's like, sure. And then Doug said, oh, never mind. Your dad's Jack Buck. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to somebody years later.
But Joe's so good that
he would do whatever.
Yeah.
Get Doug's dry cleaning.
I feel like he beats the nepotism criticism because he's so talented and has called so many awesome games.
And I don't think he said it. I know I've said it. Maybe it's been written. Nepotism may have gotten him in the door.
Sure.
But it's not what keeps you there.
Oh, yeah.
No, not at all. Then there's often cases of great nepotism, especially in like media and entertainment. Yeah. Like nepotism could be sometimes Michael Douglas, Martin.
Kenny Albert is another one who got in because of his dad, Marv, but he is outstanding in hockey play-by-play.
He's great. You know who's really good, too? Noah Eagle, Ian Eagle's son, who sounds just like him. He's really, really good.
Yeah, there's been a lot of those.
Chip Carey and his son.
The Brennemans until he got axed.
Yeah.
I almost had him on the podcast a couple of years ago. A friend of mine knows him. And he said, but he doesn't really want to get into the. I'm like, well, I don't.
It's like Elizabeth Berkley not wanting to get into Showgirls.
I don't think we can have Tom Brenneman on and he was a great guy. Everybody loved him. Being around him, said he was like the most fun guy to work with and all of that. He'll say anything.
Clearly he will. But and then that becomes the narrative around you forever.
Right.
You have this great career, long body of work, and you make one mistake, and that's the narrative.
Don't make that mistake.
No.
There it is. It's death, taxes, and papers. So last night, Italy did knock off Mexico 9-1. This Italian team's been on a real heater here. It's pretty, I don't know if it's telling, Doug, that the World Baseball Classic hasn't caught on for everyone when the manager of the team, Mark DeRosa, and he got just taken to the woodshed yesterday because he wasn't sure about what gets you qualified and whatnot. Even during the game, I think people were going online and trying to look up the rules because when Italy scored a certain number of runs, the U.S. was like over 4. The U.S. was guaranteed a spot in the quarterfinals. Didn't matter if Mexico came back and won.
It's pretty sad.
It was so bizarre, but it didn't matter because Vinny Pasquantino hit 3 home runs to lead the Italian squad.
That was unbelievable, huh? You're welcome, USA. We were thinking of you guys over at your hotel. We were thinking of you guys, so I'm glad you guys could join us in the party.
So when you get back to your phone, Vinny, what's that text message going to say from Bobby Witt Jr.?
I'm hoping he's got a room key for me at his hotel. That's what I'm hoping for.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Like they're going to share a pizza?
I see. So JC got an at-bat for Italy last night.
Gordon Graceffo also on the team.
All you have to do is have an Italian-sounding last name and you're in?
I think it's a heritage thing. If your family heritage is from Italy, then you're
but a lot of people could pick any multitude of countries to play for.
I think the WBC is very they want to get as many countries in as possible, and I think they know the field teams are going to have to be a little loose with their definition of, where a player might be from.
I guess.
The crowd seemed to be into it,
It seems like people enjoy it.
People are enjoying it. I guess you can say I'm enjoying it, but I'm not taking it serious.
That's where I'm in the same case. Like if the Dominican Republic plays and they have all that, like every time they hit a home run, they're going crazy and dancing. Like it's tough not to be like, oh, this is kind of fun.
They're 100% more entertaining than spring training games.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, the spring training games,
there's nothing to see.
Unless you're sitting there in the warm floor of the sun, it is not much of interest.
Well, and you look at the lineups, and you pay money to go in there and drink the beer, and you're like, oh, it's great. There's the Cardinals. Who's that? Jesus who? Like, who's that?
Yeah.
Don't know who any of them are.
And then you watch a World Baseball Classic game, it's like seeing an all-star team play.
Right, yeah. No, I agree. I think that it's nice to have every 2 years, even if I don't really care about it.
But if you're rooting for matchups, it'd be fun to see the U.S. at some point play the Dominican and play Albert Pujols as he manages the Dominican, or Yadier Molina with Puerto Rico. So your final 8, Doug, quarterfinals would be 8. Korea, the Dominican, the U.S. and Canada. They're going to play Friday night on Fox, U.S. Canada. Puerto Rico and Italy, Venezuela and Japan. Japan, the reigning champs, of course. So that U.S. Canada, 7 o'clock. And that's coming on the heels, Doug, of the hockey gold medal game. Do you think this intensity will be similar for the U.S. Canada on Friday night?
No, I think that it'll be intense, but it won't be like the hockey game.
No. Tough for a baseball game to ever feel as intense as a hockey game.
Yeah.
Unless a real scrap breaks out.
Well, like the 7th game of the World Series last year, that was pretty close.
That was great. Yeah.
That was one of the greatest baseball games I've ever seen.
That was awesome. Nothing better than a Game 7 of a baseball playoff series.
It's going to take them a while to get over that in Toronto, though.
Yeah.
But this is Death, Taxes, and Papers, which means here on TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, 9 o'clock hour now, brought to you by Mark Hanna.
Yep.
Evergreen Wealth Strategies. So we're in the 9 o'clock hour. It's Death, Taxes, and Papers, and that includes Mad Dog Russo. What do we got here, Jackson?
He wasn't on board with Bam Adebayo's 83-point game. He wasn't impressed by it.
Was not impressed.
Nobody was, were they?
I was personally.
Well, they let him do it.
No, they didn't.
Well, what did Doris Burke
kept fouling
for 42 of the 48 minutes they Sure, we're triple teaming him and fouling the
But
hell
at the end, did they kind of feed him the ball?
If you're going for a crazy number like that,
But it wasn't Michael Strahan where Favre just laid down and let him tap him on the shoulder.
No, but the Heat were intentionally missing free throws to get a more percent. Yes, anytime you're going for a number that crazy, you're going to have to do some nonsense to get there. And I'm not necessarily saying like that's great, but if you're going to get to that number, and if you have 63 in the third quarter, you're probably going to go for it. Here's Mad Dog Russo.
He took 43 shots. When David Thompson in 1978 scored 73, he was 28 of 38 from the field. When Doncic did it a few years ago, he was 25 of 38. Even Kobe only took 46 shots. He made 28 of them. He took 43 shots, under 50%, which there's 9 guys. Wilt did it 5 times. There's 9 guys over 70. He's by far the worst shooting percentage. 22 threes. 22 threes in the game? He's a 7-footer. I know everybody shoots threes.
He's not even
22.
close to
But here's the worst thing. Well, first off, what Spoelstra did with the shenanigans of the game is a complete disgrace. And there's always some example of that. Wilt had some shenanigans with him in 62. I understand there's always a little fooling around with the game, but the Heat fouling the Wizards right away to stop the clock. I mean, really? When you're up by 40? And the third thing is, he took 43 free throws in the game. 43 free throws. You know the career high of Kobe and Jordan in the free throws are? 27. So let me get this straight. Bam shot 16 more free throws in a game that Jordan ever did, that Kobe ever did. I mean, that's ridiculous. He took 36 of 43. Wilt was 28 of 32 when he had the 100 in 1962. 28 of 32, and he took 14 more free throws than Wilt. I mean, calm down. Listen, 83 points, go ahead. Put the sign up, enjoy it, bow down, have fun. Social media, knock him dead. You want to call me a guy who's going to be a dark cloud? Go ahead. I don't care. Old man screaming on my lawn? I'm not interested.
Old man screaming at my lawn. Isn't it get off my lawn?
Yeah.
He's just screaming at his lawn.
Screaming at clouds.
I think it's a bad look anytime you're in a regular season game and there's kind of shenanigans going on like that. It just makes people think that the NBA is the Globetrotters against the Globetrotters at times.
I can respect that, and I can respect anyone's opinion on this because I know there's a wide variety of takes on this game. I think it's really cool that a guy scored 83 points in the game, and I think we're at a point with social media and discourse where we have to hate on things or poke holes in it, especially when it's a guy going over someone like Kobe, who's revered as he should be and passed away recently. But every player in the NBA has an opportunity to score 83 points a game, and they don't. Bam Adebayo did. And as much as people like to complain about free throws, that's a part of the game of basketball. When you get fouled, you get to shoot free throws. If the Wizards wanted to stop him, they should have stopped fouling.
And what did he have at halftime? Like 43 or something? So he
had 43 at half, 63 at the end of the third quarter.
So he put himself in. But what I'm saying is they weren't letting him just have this big night.
Absolutely
It
not.
was happening. He was scoring a ton on his own. And then at the end, that's when you can split hairs a little
100%.
bit.
And I respect that.
Game. It's not like they said at the outset, hey, let's let Bam have a big night.
I can't in good conscience be like, it's cool what they did. We're missing in free throws intentionally and the way they went about getting him at the end. But when you get that close, I also understand trying to get it for a guy who works his ass off, and the Heat are down players right now, so he's their main scoring option. I get it. I respect people's take on it, but I think at a certain point we got to look at ourselves and be like, it's pretty cool that a guy scored 83 points in the game, and it doesn't happen very often where you get over a 60 burger.
No, but it lessens the importance and significance of some of the records when the game isn't played 100%.
Right, but Kobe scoring 81 was also the same way. Wilt scoring 100 was also the same way.
I don't know that it was this drastic.
Maybe not. I mean, we're splitting hairs here. If you're going for a number that high, you're going to be doing some, as Mad Dog says, shenanigans. He's also not 7 feet tall. He's
6'9". Yeah. The thing about Mad Dog, it's like Stephen A. I'm like, oh God, just quit. I think Mad Dog really believes some of this stuff that he says.
100%.
And I told you that I was on a shuttle bus at a Super Bowl, and he and Gil Brandt are sitting behind me, longtime executive, and they're screaming at each other about who belongs in the Hall of Fame. And it's 100% what you'd hear on the radio. Does he exaggerate the point? I'm sure. But I kind of think it's who he is. And in this era, he was like a takesmith before there was a takesmith. You know what I mean? He was always ranting and raving. And now guys are like, okay, what can I work up here? What can I lather myself
now
into?
it's a shtick that's made in
For
millions.
sure. Well, but I think it was always his thing, and now everybody knows they have to be a takesmith. You know, you got a blog, okay, or I'm going to go on today. Let's see here. Aaron Judge is overrated. You start typing. Like, oh, okay. I think he kind of believes it.
When I first started seeing him, hearing him on the radio and watching him on TV, I thought, I can't take this guy for another second. And then after a while, you realize this is kind of a funny thing. I kind of like him now.
But I was not happy with him taking on Bam. And he loved the Michael Jordan, and some of the numbers weren't that far off. He's like, he shot 43 shots. Michael only shot 39.
Big men shoot more free throws than guys because they're taking more shots from the paint. Now, I know Bam shot a lot of threes that night.
What's the record? Did he set the record for most free throws in a game?
No, I don't believe so.
He hit 36 of 43, I believe.
Most free throws in an NBA game. Oh, yeah. No, it was.
It was a record, yeah. It's not oftentimes you're sent to the line 43 times.
No. Someone put together like a 2.5-minute clip of all the fouls that were called on the Wizards when they were defending them, and most of them are just fouls. Like, if you get fouled, I don't know what you're supposed to do. Deny the free throw attempts? Be like, no, I don't want them. We'll just take the ball out on the side. Like, that's just not how a game works.
Doug, Wilt never scored 100 points. It was all a conspiracy. You're such a rube.
Oh, baloney.
I don't believe that in the slightest.
That's from Diabetes Trans Fats, whose actual name says Gus Chiggin's Prospecting Party, but apparently they think their name's been changed.
They had no answers for Wilt in the early 60s.
To me, that's conspiracy theories for the sake of having a conspiracy theory. Yeah. I think that's nonsense.
Wilt averaged 50 a game.
52 a game, yeah. It was crazy. Different game a little bit, but...
Well, he was a modern-day athlete playing 60 some odd years
100%,
ago.
And almost 7 feet tall.
Oh, he was like 7'1", I think.
Yeah.
Were teammates intentionally missing free throws for Kobe to score more? What video of Wilt's game have you seen to prove that? Shut your mouth, Whoopi. That was absolute trash. Beer Cat's coming after papers.
Do you need video of everything to believe it, or can you take credible journalists and people who were there's word for it? You know,
there was no video or film of Wilt scoring 100.
Right, but that doesn't mean that it didn't happen.
No.
Guys, what do people...
There's video of people landing on the moon and they don't believe it, so that doesn't hold up to me.
No.
Why are people screaming about him shooting so many free throws? He's not fouling himself.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you get fouled, you go to the line.
It's even worse, though, if the other team was hoping that he gets more points. If the other team is fouling him here, get a couple more points.
They weren't doing that. They weren't fouling him intentionally. The Heat were fouling the Wizards intentionally to get another possession.
What about Movie Boy's opinion on SGA's free throw merchant brand of basketball? It's infuriating. That's from Carlos Spicy Winner.
I think it's nonsense. I think it's crazy that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets knocked for it when he's not even like in the top 10 of free throw attempts in the NBA. Or if he is, he's like way high. Like Luka Doncic shoots way more free throws than anybody, and he never gets that label attached to him.
Well, one guy who could do the math on all this would be Mark Milton.
Oh, there it is.
Because he can do math, he can do all kinds of things. Because you know what he is? He's a tax accountant. Not just a tax accountant, one of the best in the country. Why do I say that? Well, he started his legal career with the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country, and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. Talking about Mark Milton. Right here in St. Louis now, helping individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. He will protect you from the godforsaken tax man. If you've got years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, maybe you're even facing IRS criminal investigation. If so, you have got some problems, but Mark Milton can get you out of hot water. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. If you have any kind of IRS issues at all, you contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, I am not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
I apologize. Quick withdrawal. Shai Gilgeous is currently second right now in free throws attempted.
No. What did you say? He's not even in the top
I was
10?
referencing a playoff stat from a year ago, and I apologize. I should have been more on top of that. But Luka's still number one by a whole extra attempt, which is a much wider range than where you get once you go down the list.
From the 541, Doug, you know that to be outside the Portland area. Oh, no, is this Dr. Ben? It's from.
Oh, is it really?
Oh, I don't know. It's from the 5-4-1. My problem with the game was that Miami was fouling Washington to not let them have a possession to give more time so that Bam could score.
I am in agreement there. Like, I thought that the last...
Is that Spoelstra's call, do you think? Or is the players just do it on their own?
No, I mean, I don't...
I bet the players did that.
I don't know. But the last 6 minutes, I can't necessarily justify. But I think once you're getting up in points numbers that high, it's impressive. Like it's undoubtedly the best performance of the season, even if he just scored 63 in the first 3 quarters.
Guys, when Kobe did it, his team was down by 20. He was battling.
Down by 20 in the third quarter.
On the 6-1-8.
The takes on this are so boring to me. Like, if you don't respect it, you have never respected it in the beginning. Like, no one's just going to respect it anymore. People don't like the NBA. They like to hate and criticize the NBA. That's how it is.
Well, that would fit because Well Endowed said it's basketball. Who cares?
Right.
Oh, how'd that feel?
Fine by me.
All right.
It's not cool. It's not sport.
It's not sport.
I feel if it happens,
good take.
If it happens in the course of a regularly played, honest, 100% effort by both teams, that's fantastic. If it's helped in some kind of way, then it's not as impressive.
Okay, and that's I respect that. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that. I'm not necessarily. I think the number itself is so gaudy that it's just like it's easy to poke holes in it, and I'm not saying that people are wrong to do so. I just think that people are being disingenuous in their ways of talking about it because they don't like modern basketball because they like to romanticize the past. That's where I'm at. Like, and I also think part of it too is people don't deem Bam Adebayo good enough to pass a record by Kobe. It's not even a record. It's the second overall.
Who currently playing? Take LeBron off the table. Would people have been like if it's Kevin Durant? Are people okay with it?
Nikola Jokic, KD, yeah.
Then it's okay.
Steph Curry.
Then they would have been like, oh, that's
those are all-time players.
So they would like it to be kind of a premier brand name.
But even then, I think they would find reasons to hate.
I think KD would get nicked.
Oh, yeah, he's an easy target.
Sure.
Oh, 100%. Yes. Jokic, maybe. Steph Curry, maybe.
Yeah, if Curry had a game where he had 25 three-pointers, you'd say, yeah, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Curry doesn't get nicked. He's the guy, if he did it, people are like, oh, my God, you see that Steph hit 30
He's kind of free of that. He's kind of free of the disingenuous takes.
Doug, that was death, taxes, and papers. What happened to From the Desk of Jack B? Has that been retired?
I can revive it.
No, I'm just curious.
No, I'm always trying to stay fresh.
Cycle off. And they're all very different, Doug. When you see those headlines, you know it's wildly different.
Entirely different segment.
Coming up next, the Cardinals are coming. ... The Cardinals are coming. That's all I can tell you. It's in the Polos Plus dossier. We're in the Stiefel studios. And 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, who, by the way, I think I can say this, Jeremy Rutherford, who is sponsored by Mark Hanna, after we had Strickland on, and he corrected me on the name of his guest on his podcast, hockey guy from Canada, TV guy, and I said, oh, you had James Duthie on. And then Strickland corrected me and said, no, I said Jim Duthie. He said, it's James Duthie. I said, okay, fine. I've been corrected. Jeremy Rutherford texted me in papers and said it actually is Duthie.
Oh, yeah. No.
I'm like, isn't that weird if the host of the podcast that had the man as a guest got it wrong? You think the whole time the guest saying, it's Duthie.
Yeah.
It's Duthie.
They call him the Deuce Fairy.
Is that really what they call him?
No.
Oh.
That's what I would.
That's a great nickname.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going on there. I do know the Cardinals are coming, ... That's what's coming up next here. TMA on 101 ESPN. In the market for a new vehicle, it's AutoLoanPro.com. They're going to get you a new car and get your credit back on track. They can do that with little to no money down, also getting you the best rates possible. AutoLoan Pro working with over 50 different lenders not vendors. There is a difference there, and Auto Loan Pro has access to these 50 lenders, which means they'll get you the best rate possible no matter what the situation, no matter what the circumstance. They're not just selling you a car. They do want to help you get the credit back on track. Website has a selection of cars on there. You can also download the free playbook. Educate yourself on how to get the car of your choice in the future. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family. Making that large purchase with financing gets a little complicated, especially if there's been a hiccup along the way. Make sure you get on track. Auto Loan Pro can help with that. Financing a car, the only thing to know is to choose a pro. Auto Loan Pro. Online, it's autoloanpro.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Missouri takes on Kentucky for their first game in the SEC tournament today, live from Nashville. That's going to be an 11:30 tip-off. That was their SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer. I started playing a Tim Livery as my return music for a second.
Such a sycophant.
Oh, jazz flute. Is this Ron Burgundy?
Yeah. Jazz flautist.
Mm-hmm. Now, when is it flutist and when is it flautist?
I thought it was always flautist.
I don't know. It's a good question. We should dive into it.
Cardinals are coming.
Yeah.
2 weeks from today. Opening day, 2 weeks from today.
Yeah. We'll be doing the broadcast live from
Ballpark
BPV.
Village.
Yeah.
I think the skipper will text that he'll come on, but only gets one question.
So, yeah.
And I turn him down because I think we're not going to do a one-question interview.
He's only going to talk about one thing, but...
I totally mucked that one up.
No, he still came on.
But it was very confusing.
Yeah.
And then Mo, Tony's here.
Hello, skipper. I believe that's what he said.
Cardinal batting average at spring training, Doug. Who do you think's leading the team in hitting?
Oh, brother.
I'm going to give you 4,000 guesses. No, it's Agnello and Encarnacion.
That was right on the tip of your tongue.
Yeah.
He's a robust 1-for-1.
Oh,
so it's a little unfair.
Yeah.
It's a little unfair. Let's.
If you made like the minimum AB 10.
Okay, minimum AB 10 ABs.
Is it Pozo?
It is not. For minimum ABs, which is a great. I like that. Whittle it down a little bit. It is Nelson Velasquez, who's actually played in the big leagues.
Yeah.
He's had a good spring, and maybe he's a guy on the team. Newt's probably out for a while. So get to know Nelson Velasquez, who also played for the Cubs at one point. Then Jimmy Crooks, who's been sent down. He's one of the many catchers on the squad.
Not enough, you ask me.
Pozo's cooled off. He's down to 333. Our guy. Joshua Baez, future star. We're buying stock. He's already been sent out.
Yeah, he's been optioned already.
We don't need him. This guy looks like a real player.
He's hitting too good. Yeah, get lost.
You look like you could hit homers and steal bases. Don't you understand? We're not ready for that yet.
Listen here, Josh. You banged 3 home runs in a row. You hit the bricks, pal.
Oh.
You're going to Memphis. Yeah. Enjoy the 901.
We're losing baseballs here.
Don't you know we got a lockout coming?
Yeah.
We're losing baseballs. We got to tighten things up. I like the phrase, hit the bricks.
It's
I also
Glengarry Glenn Ross.
I would watch that again.
Oh, I can watch it. God. As soon as it ends, I can rewatch it.
Gosh. But I also like the phrase, enjoy the 901.
That's right, yeah. Take that bus ride to Memphis. Grit and grind.
Your favorite Italian superstar, Thomas DeJacy, who's from California, is 3 for 9, so he's not in our qualified category. Yeah. Doug, you're big on Ramon Mendoza.
Uh-huh.
He's having a nice spring. So is Andy Yerzy. Hey, where's my Yerzy? Andy Yerzy is a catcher.
And then you go down to the guys who will actually play.
Oh, those
how
guys.
they doing?
Gorman's hitting 160, Wynn 158, Victor Scott 143.
Yeah, you combine that. That's
Jose Fermin 143, Pages 111.
Well, don't sleep on Vic Scott. He's at 143.
Didn't Heim tell you guys not to worry about that?
He did.
Right.
I think he preemptively knew this was coming.
Yeah.
Walker 231.
All right, here we go.
When the season begins, Heim will say, I wouldn't pay a lot of attention to the wins and losses because those can be really misinterpreted.
Anybody could pay attention to that.
Right. We got to dig a little deeper here.
God, I got to find this stat from yesterday. It has to do with Walker. And it's kind of, Doug, it's like expected pitch swing rate or something. You got to go to MIT now to cover the sport. But this is The Cardinals Are Coming. That's the segment here on TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, 9 o'clock hour. Presented by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Tim is out. That's been discussed greatly on the text line. Doug, it's a theme. Somebody said, can you just call him and see if he'll turn around?
No, but what I can do is have him tell you about appliance discounters, which I almost play as our return music, but I'll instead play it presently.
Hey, TMA listeners, Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal just for you. Come in today and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off their already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now you know why they are called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of their 7 locations. They're in Afton, Baldwin, Concord Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com.
3 weeks ago, you were playing golf with the man, Dustin May, who pitched on Wednesday and gave up a run, had a bunch of strikeouts, and pitched pretty well. Cardinals are seeing good things from Dustin May, who we calculated makes about a sixth of the payroll, we believe. Mm-hmm. The math is
12. Is he at 12?
12 of the 70-ish payroll. Colton Wong down in camp, former Cardinal, recently retired, living back in Hawaii, but the Cat and his podcast, Cardinals Territory, had Colton Wong, and he was talking about J.J. Weatherholt.
For people that don't remember, you were a first-round pick with high expectations for the Cardinals, and the same can be said for J.J. Weatherholt. And I've seen the pictures from Jupiter. You've been talking to him, working with him a little bit. Tell me the things that you're talking to J.J. about.
Yeah, just trying to be an ear for him, to be honest with you, man. The guy is special. The kid is absolutely special. Just like his makeup, the way he carries himself, his attitude about how he's trying to get better. You know, he's really good at just accepting the fact that he needs to work more. He needs to get better at a lot of different things. I mean, the guy's special, man. He's going to be a heck of a player. We all know that. And I think that's the coolest thing is, like, he realizes that he's good, but he knows that there's so much more that he can add to his game, man. That's a special trait that a lot of guys don't have. So just watching him, I mean, obviously you watch the bat is incredible. You know, if you're going backside at Roger Dean, that's saying something. Not many guys are doing that. So, you know, that's going to play in the big leagues, man. The makeup, the head, you know, him being confident in himself, that's going to play in the big leagues. Defense is going to play in the big league. It's just cleaning up a little bit, things here and there. But he's so young, man. He's going to figure it out, and that guy's going to be special. So St. Louis, be ready, man. JJ's coming.
Well, hopefully he's here. They can't possibly not take him at the start.
Yeah, he's got to be here.
You know, he's not 19 or 20. He's 23 now. It's time.
Yeah. And give him a better number.
Well, I think he'll get a better number when
I can't
makes the squad officially.
But not a single-digit number.
Dustin May's got 3.
Oh, I hate that for a pitcher.
I think it looks good. I think it looks good.
No.
I think it looks good.
Pitcher should be 44.
I disagree. Grisefo's 44.
29. Well, I know.
Chris Carpenter was 29.
Higher numbers for pitchers.
I said pitchers should be these numbers. You're like, well, that's what I like. I'm saying that's what I like.
I agree.
I'm not saying it isn't already being utilized.
He's got a small name, May, and I think that looks good with a single digit. That's my take.
Oh, you know.
For heaven's sake.
Well, he's always worn 85, and he got traded to the one team that has 85 retired. So, you know, he's doing the best he can.
Hey, talk to Walshy down in the clubhouse. Yeah, I'll take 85. No, that one's retired. What? Well, did you ever hear of Gussie Busch? No.
I think 3 is such an iconic number. You got to be a superstar to wear 3.
Because of Ruth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Edgar Renteria worth 3, I believe.
Yeah.
Brian Jordan, maybe?
That I don't know. Preston Wilson worth 3.
Did he?
Mm-hmm. He's a champion.
Martin, did you say you're going to be down at TMA at Ballpark Village for opening day? That's from Young Hung Big Al or Big AI. I did say yes, but I don't know that last year we were not in a space where we were like.
We were at Shark Bar.
But we weren't open to the public.
No, the door was famously locked.
And then We had the gentleman who was trying to give away tickets but was looking for a date.
Bachelor baseball.
Bachelor baseball.
That was a wild situation.
And then it's probably my fault because I encouraged it, and then I left at 10, and he's like banging on the door for you guys.
Well, yeah, and we had John Mozeliak and Tony La Russa on the program, and we were like going to tell the skipper we got to cut it close because this guy from the east side wants to have a date to the game.
I remember leaving thinking, God, I kind of created this. And I just fast walked out of there.
Yeah.
I hit the bricks, pal.
You did. It was raining.
We will be at Ballpark Village, but I don't know if we're visible. We love interacting with the folks. It'll be the 1 year anniversary, Doug, of Tim falling through
the desk. Well, we almost lost him.
Falling through the desk.
Collapsed.
And we had Doty's remote lamp because it was very dark when we started the program. And so Doty bottom with us, and it looked like we were telling ghost stories for the first 25 minutes of the show.
Doty bottom lit us. Okay, that's
is that what it's called if you're lighting from the? I know top lighting.
Yeah,
but I don't know what it's called. I guess they don't do it ever, so it like would be rare.
Yeah, it can give a ghoulish look to the whole thing.
Undoubtedly,
guys. Dylan Carlson wore number 3. How soon we forget.
He did wear 3. I think single digits always look good. I don't care if you're pitching or in the field.
They do, but you got to be a star to wear a single-digit number.
Probably, yeah. 8's available.
Troy Glaus wore number 8.
Yeah, I think DeRosa wore 8.
Here?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I thought he wore 7.
That sounds right. That sounds right.
That would have been Holiday in 09.
I think Holiday was 17 for a minute. 15, and then
17 is Lou Brock. Or I'm sorry, Dizzy Dean. Lou Brock 20.
Yeah. Wow. Right.
Uplighting's the word from the
Uplighting. Thank you. Where's my time passages, matter of fact?
From the 407.
I'm giving it to him.
Okay. And what does that mean again when you
text of the day?
Oh, that's a text of the day.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
99. That was Taguchi, right?
Yes.
Love So Taguchi. They're doing a big special on him in Japan. There was a Japanese TV when we were down there. It was a Japanese TV crew.
Okay, that's who those guys. Me and Doug when we were sitting in the parking lot for 5 hours waiting for the tow truck to get there for the flat tire. We noticed them. We didn't.
And they got Molina to do a sit down for quite a bit of time.
They were able to record the entire 5-hour special while we waited for the car.
Randy Flores, all these guys who were on the 06 team.
Right.
So in Japan, the So Man still is of note.
Sure.
That's what they were working on there. Nick Punto were number 8.
He sure did. The
champion.
When I think number 8, I think of Yogi Berra.
Yeah. I think most people would be in that camp.
Somebody just said, what was Musial's number?
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
I think they're kidding.
Yeah.
JJ's going to wear 26. That's from Boozy. I think he mentioned that maybe even on our show.
I could see, yeah. That would look good on him.
You're okay with that?
Sure.
Even with a long name, you don't want his number to be like 2667?
I like it a lot better than 77. Looks like an offensive lineman. They had like some where it was like Chase Davis and Weatherholt 1 yard. They're both wearing numbers in the 70s. This looks bad.
Well, 100 years from now, when teams will have retired, numbers of 40 players will guys be? I'm number 115.
That's the Yankees. I don't think have any single digits left. I think 0 is the only single digit they have left.
Yeah, probably.
I think they're retired all the way through.
That's still a long way from needing numbers in the hundreds.
For sure, but it's like now what? Now no one can ever wear a single digit again. Like, I don't know. It just seems, in a sport that's had such a long history, you're going to run into that eventually. Not where guys are going to be needing to wear triple digits, but like all the cool numbers will be gone.
Yeah.
So they'll have to make new numbers.
Other numbers will become cool.
There you go.
I want to see this Yankees list because now you got me thinking.
But we know 2, 3, 4,
I didn't know.
5,
okay, so
6.
Billy Martin is the number.
You know how they got those early numbers? How the players?
The batting order.
Yeah. That's why Ruth was 3 and Gehrig 4.
Yeah.
God, that's so simplistic. I love that.
Yeah, that is sweet.
That's why my basketball jersey was 13. We'll get around to it. Billy Martin, number 1, retired by the Yankees. Derek Jeter, Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, DiMaggio, number 5. Joe Torre's number 6 is retired.
There you go. Mantle.
Mickey Mantle, Bill Dickey, and Yogi Berra.
Yeah.
Roger Maris, Phil Rizzuto, Scott Rizzuto's grandpa.
Yeah.
How about that? I didn't know that till recently.
I didn't either. The scooter.
So Roger Maris, number retired by the Yankees, not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he doesn't have Hall of Fame numbers.
I know, it's really weird.
He was an MVP and set the home run. He had a really short period where he was a brilliant player.
Yeah, it was like a short run of being one of the 2 best players in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Thurman Munson, number 15. Whitey Ford, 16. Jorge Posada, recent history, number 20. They're running out of numbers, period.
Yeah, I'm telling
21, Paul O'Neill. 23, Don Mattingly. Elston Howard, St. Louis's own, from Vaughn.
Do you need to retire Paul O'Neill's number?
Yeah, I don't think so.
He's another guy who's great.
Mariano Rivera, yes. Reggie Jackson,
sure.
yes.
Bernie Williams.
They don't have a lot of numbers available. Ron Guidry, Andy Pettit. Jeez.
Pettit 46.
Correct.
I'm good with baseball.
And then does that fit his name because of the number of letters?
good.
Are you okay with that?
Is this going to be now? This in the Shining meaning. You're going to go back to that well. That's fine. Just
I like a good well.
I like a good well.
What was the segment? Was this Papers and Such?
This is Cardinals are coming.
Cardinals are coming, and we ran through all those averages, and you feel much better about it, don't you?
Yeah, I feel great. I'm excited about this club.
You're not really.
Well, I like baseball season.
Well, I do too, but it's hard to be excited about this club.
No, yeah, I would agree. There's not much excitement of what's going to go on in the field, but you can be at least optimistic about the direction of the franchise. I think that's a fair and nuanced opinion.
If the young guys show some promise,
that's where the optimism comes in.
If they don't, it's going to be really,
it could get
ugly.
bleak. It could get bleak.
I'm looking at Paul O'Neill's numbers.
He was in Seinfeld.
They got Blaze Jordan. He came in which trade? Was that
That was
Sonny Gray?
No, prior.
It was the year before.
Go back.
It was
before they started
Darnell Cole.
No, before they traded everybody to Boston. Blaze Jordan.
He's a first baseman that had big numbers in the minors.
Steven Matz.
Thank you.
Okay,
he is
Matz.
1 for 26 this
Good work,
spring.
Chairman.
1 for 26. He has a single.
Was he probably a good piece of hitting?
He's 1 for what?
1 for 26.
Do you think if you got 26 spring training at bats, you could luck into one?
No shot.
Right now?
No.
Not
shot.
a chance.
No
right now.
shot in any point in my life. Major League Baseball pitching?
Well, you're also facing You're not facing the top 5 in
I wouldn't get a hit on a high school pitcher right now.
In 26 at bats, you don't think you could bloop one
No
to
shot.
right center?
See, if I made contact, I would celebrate.
You could foul one off.
Maybe.
So
maybe. I've never played with a wood bat in my life. I don't know. I had no shot.
I'd hit 340 in spring training.
Oh, you wouldn't.
You just got to get that front foot down.
This is the dangerous thing where sports radio hosts start to think that they can start playing the games. And they quickly humble. You see the Celtics playing the media and got beat 62-1 or something.
I can barely walk to my seat, much less hit the major league pitching.
And this is a guy who took Tom Seaver deep.
Yeah, but he's old. I was a catcher, so if you want to add a catcher to the roster, I don't have a whole lot going on.
Now you got something cooking over there.
Papers, I'm with you. I think it'd be about 78 pitches, all swing and miss.
Yeah, I would be.
And maybe some soiling.
I would be shocked if I made contact. But I'm a bad hitter.
When I was in college, I faced some guys still in mid-90s, and it's so darn fast. You almost have to start swinging when the ball's just about out of their hand.
Right. And then once you get used to, or at least get somewhat comfortable with how fast that's going, then they break out a slider that moves
and that's
20 inches.
That's when you quit the game.
Right.
You set the bat down, you throw your hat to the wind, and walk home.
Yeah. They walk right into the ocean.
How'd you like to be Jordan Walker with all the analysis of your swing and everybody breaking it and everybody at home? It's part of the gig. I get it. Yeah, I don't like the way you're approaching those cutters. You're like, okay, dude, you get in there.
Yeah, 100%. If I was getting that criticism, I would feel the same way. It's like the guy we played the audio of the Red Sox guys. Like these guys need to be using two hands. I got drafted by the Red Sox in '71 or something. Get out of here. Trying to play baseball.
A lot of people reminding us Gary Gaetti, the Rat, they called him, from Centralia, Illinois. We're number 8.
Shout out the Orphans.
Gary Carter, we're number 8.
Yeah. What number was Ted Williams?
Like a
what
7?
Does 4 feel right?
9?
5.
9?
Oh, they bat him 9th, double leadoff.
Probably the greatest hitter of all time.
Yeah. Just pure hitter, not power hitter, but just pure hitter.
Power hitting, too. If he hadn't lost all those years in the war, he'd probably had the home run record.
You think?
Yeah.
How many he finished with? 500 something?
Doug, you driving Pestis to the home opener? I think he'll resurface.
What?
Pestis?
Yeah.
We've not heard hide nor hair of him.
Pestis call in.
Yeah, he hasn't called in a month of Sundays.
Month of Sundays.
I missed the guy that was calling in about the Mason Wynn position change.
Oh, yeah.
Swinging
Moving
from
the
belly
second.
button.
Yeah.
I think Chris was the guy.
He got to save his arm. At
521 for Ted Williams home runs.
And he missed like 5 years in the war.
Yeah.
What Clemente?
2 different wars.
521?
Roberto Clemente?
I think he hit 521.
No, Bill Clemente.
It was a queer buying time. Career home runs?
Yeah,
I wouldn't 240.
Yeah, he wasn't a big home run hitter.
But who was the 5? Ted Williams. Somebody else was right.
Killebrew?
2 of them had 521.
Willie Mays?
No,
he's way up.
660.
Yeah.
Griffey?
Hank Greenberg?
Willie McCovey.
Butch Hobson?
Frank Thomas.
Stretch McCovey.
So 521, this is what I was not remembering well. Willie McCovey, Frank Thomas, Ted Williams all ended their careers with 521.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And a pretty good group, too.
Big hurt.
By the way. That's a hard rap from paper. That is a hard
We're
rap.
at 8-3.
Oh, are we behind?
Are we behind?
We haven't even done anything.
The first hour was nearly 90 minutes, I'm pretty sure.
Was it?
No.
Gosh.
And
And
we were
yet
talking
again,
double asses. We had to keep going.
That's right. We had some important topics come up.
And strict nasty.
and yet again, when we had the guest, what happened leading into the guest? Sports Center update.
Yeah.
I'm convinced maybe it's just coincidence.
Yeah. It's like
every
a
time we have a
521.
guest. Yes.
Yeah, it's like a magnetic number.
Paper's like, Joe, if you don't mind, we'll get to you shortly.
Yeah, it's really me auditioning. So
That's what I'm thinking.
I could be his color commentator for Monday Night Football. I oust Troy Aikman.
Like we've got a surprise guest.
Aikaside.
John Hamm, but paper. Excuse me, John. The Blues play tonight.
Yeah,
Pre-game
right.
at 6.
All for me to tell you what time the Blues puck drop is.
All right, it's TMA brought to you by Brown & Crouppen. So many reasons to go to your neighborhood Schnucks when you're loading up for groceries. They've got all the savings throughout the store. They've got those little digital tags that tell you what the specials are. You get the rewards app. That means they'll send you a notice. I got an email last night saying that corned beef was going to be on special. I'm like, oh, because I'm Irish? Okay, I get it.
Yeah, it's unfair.
Yeah, I was offended. And I said, oh, wow, that's a pretty good price.
But I do love corned beef.
Yes. Why don't we eat it more year-round?
I agree.
I love it. Let's go get a... you're busy today. You got Mizzou, you got the toll booth, but... Yeah. If you got time to go get your groceries, there's so many different ways to save. You can use your rewards app. They get those alerts to you, the emails sent to you. Or if you need the weekly specials, go to schnooks.com/weekly ad. Of course, the rewards is one way. The personalized savings, that's when you find out. Items you typically purchase, are there any additional savings? Bonus points available. You can get the paper edition of the ads when you walk in the store. They also put out the following week's ads a week ahead. Grab a copy at the store and plan ahead and save. Plus, they launched that new cool rewards boost. A little bit of a game to play. Play your way to more savings. That's the value you know. That's the value you love. Available at any neighborhood Schnucks store.
Now, this is a nice show tune.
Yeah, right here, baby.
That's not Ethel Merman, is it?
This is Liza Minnelli.
Oh, is it?
It's her birthday.
She's still around? She's still with us?
Yeah.
Doug, she's 80.
Turns 80 today.
You know how I know that? Early in the show, Minute Poll Eligible said, I'm requesting Liza Minnelli.
Oh, really? Well, I'm glad to. I am glad to oblige.
Guys, my dad struck out Gary Gaetti in high school.
Nice going.
Centralia's own.
Kurt Warner played in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and then he was on the Rams. I said, oh, Kurt, my buddy went to such and such high school. Got Marquette guy that grew up in Cedar Rapids. And Kurt goes, hold on. Did he sack me? Did he pick me off? 'Cause like
Right.
everybody that went
everyone's
to
got
high
a story.
school, yes.
Everyone's got a story.
It's a thing. We will do email of the day in our next segment, so you still got time to get in under the buzzer, and it's worth competing because the winner at the end of the month, whoever has the most email of the day wins, gets that Schaefer Door new garage. So there's still time the morning after
At InsideSTL.
InsideSTL.com. That's in our next segment. Running behind because we've had so much.
Yeah.
Doug, there's been such meaty discussion on this show.
And news flashes came across our desk, such as people with two butts.
Ticker tape
God, this Vaughn
flying
is,
around.
This Vaughn is always dragging it back into the gutter. You heard from Josh Schertz. You heard from Robbie Avalo. You heard from Dennis Gates. Mizzou's playing at 11:30. That's their first game at the SEC tournament. Billikens tomorrow at 10:30 in the morning, and then ILL at 1:30 in the Big Ten tournament. Blues tonight in Carolina, Strickland, and they're apparently staying at some refuge or something. They're hiding from everybody before they go to play the Hurricanes.
Campgrounds.
A little bizarre, but that's at 6 o'clock, which means the pregame here on 101 is at 5 o'clock. When people say to me later, oh, what'd you guys talk about today? I always say, I have no idea.
Yeah.
And I think I need to keep, the early days when I was here, I would keep a running log. Mm-hmm. I'm going to go back to that. Because
tabs are a good way, your internet tabs.
Yes.
That's a good way of backtracking the Hansel and Gretel breadcrumbs of the program.
Look back and it's like, why are you reading about Liza Minnelli?
Yeah.
Oh, and Joe DiMaggio.
And Butch Hobson.
And Butch Hobson.
And two butts.
Again, this Vaughn guy, just filled with.
Well, I thought that was the most interesting topic that came up.
For sure.
Right. Well, the question, of course, was if you have two heads, do you have to pay more for a concert or certain events? To which I said, I think you pay by the ass.
Yeah, I think that's true.
You got 4 eyeballs, you're paying twice.
That would be like
a guy,
like a mean New York guy who owns a movie theater.
I see two heads.
Yeah.
Twice the admission. And then Kurt showed me the video of the person with two. I said, oh, this is just, it's too bizarre.
They were dancing just mere feet in front of me.
Yeah.
And where was that?
That was at the bourbon, or some country music and barbecue festival up in Chicago outside of the United Center.
A barbecue festival.
I'd like to go to one of those.
It's
amazing. You think there's some fats there?
Oh, boy. I bet you got some world-class fatties. Country music and barbecue? Throw some beer in there?
Yeah.
There's probably not a person there under $4
Pigs are flying. Martin was show prep and paying attention. Not really.
What's show prep?
Yeah. Well, I got my notes. He said,
you have one piece of yellow legal paper that has a
pure
cipher
scribble.
on it.
A what?
A cipher. You need a code to unlock what all that means. It's like when a magician writes in his notebook so he doesn't steal his tricks.
Over here I have hashtag Doug Strong.
Hashtag Doug Strong.
Yeah. And I have, and this one I can't even read because it was something.
Yeah,
paper
right. You
said
don't
that
have the code.
I was going to leave, and I have Nelson Velasquez down here.
You have busy hands. You always got to be doing something with your hands. That's all right. Cam Jansen has got that, and he'll be with us Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week.
How about that? Email today coming your way. 10 o'clock hour here, officially underway. Closing the door. You need a little sounder there. Closing the door on the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, Thursday edition. We're a week away from the opening day, other than the first 4. And then next year when they expand it, I guess they'll just be playing games like crazy until Thursday, which is the official beginning of the tournament, which will be announced. Selection Sunday coming up on Sunday. Email today is next. TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen.
A Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey toast for this year's St. Patrick's Day. Here's to making a big whiskey in a small town to a triple blend of spirit, but a single purpose of community to the friends in our lives, not the likes in our phone, to a genuine toast over around with your favorite people. That's what Tullamore Dew was built upon. Gathering around with your favorite people, enjoying a great holiday like St. Patrick's Day, and having a toast. Toasting to each other, toasting to good health, and another great year. And the best way to do that is with our friends over at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Celebrate the holiday this year with an official sponsor of the St. Louis Dogtown Parade. That's Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. It's triple blended, triple distilled for the ultimate balance in flavor. Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. It's imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York. Please enjoy Tullamore Dew responsibly.
Here come the Colonials. Let's go, George Washington. Time to cross the Delaware. That's Jugs in D.C. referencing what would be, I believe they're the Revolutionaries
yes,
now,
they
Doug.
are.
George Washington.
Triggering people.
Taking on, we blamed it all on Chuck Todd, although I think he did, I think all he did was voice I have no idea, maybe he led the movement, but he voiced the video. George Washington taking on Fordham. The winner of that game advances to take on the Billikens on Friday. George Clooney's doppelganger says tariffs on Martin for not reading my texted name or the zing about Doug when he read the text. I said pigs are flying. Martin was show prep and paying attention, which we then immediately disputed. What's next? Doug will remember the years? ? That's from George Clooney's doppelganger. Doug, when did you stop remembering the years?
I've never been good about remembering years.
Or lyrics.
Okay.
I can remember them like when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But you reach a certain age where it kind of becomes a blur.
Yeah.
You've seen so many years that they kind of run together.
Ah, yes, years.
Ah, yes. Annual.
You want to do design there, heating and cooling email today?
Yeah, I love scanning the text line and just out of a sequence when things pop up. And Grammy from South County said Pujols was number 5. Okay.
He was indeed.
It's the truth.
You know what? I think I don't know the years of the date. That one I knew.
One of the most handsome numbers out there in any sport.
That's a great number.
It's so good.
Although as a quarterback,
I think it looks great. Donovan McNabb. Yeah. Oh yeah. Love number 5.
I like double digits on a quarterback.
Oh, I'm a big single digit.
14.
7 and 9 are my favorite quarterback numbers. 10's
a punter.
9?
Or a kicker.
I don't think so. Kickers now have to wear like the high numbers because the defensive ends and guys can wear single digits and wide receivers now can wear single digits. Kickers get relegated to having terrible numbers.
What if the UFL is so avant-garde? Now we have a field goal that's worth, is it 6 points or 4 points or something?
Avant-garde's a good word.
What if they're just cutting edge? Like, we're going to do something different. We won't have numbers. Let's have letters. Like,
symbols.
What's your letter? AA, ZZ.
Yeah, I have the kissy emoji as my number.
BC. It is time for the Design Air email of the day. Grab your pen and paper and score along at home.
All right, you ready, boys?
No.
This one was sent in at 9 p.m. last night.
Jeez.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Humans keep going deeper into space only to find out we can't reach the edge. Every time we create a more powerful microscope, we realize that we're made up of more and more intricate pieces. All of that we should accept. We should realize that our individual lives are meaningless in the great scheme of things, but what I can't accept any longer is not having my email read. Namaste. It's from the Tin Man.
Oh, I didn't care for it.
Wow.
Tin
giveaway.
Man.
I thought this was independent voting instead of the rich old Emmy voting. Oh, this guy's a loser. Shh, don't say anything out loud.
Hey, cowards, it's me, Gangster Lederhosen. Yesterday, my email was up in the 2-hole, and I was clearly discriminated against, so my email was over 1,000 words. Oh, I'm sorry, but this isn't the same show that routinely gives email today to Buck Swope, who filibusters the entire segment day after day. Chairman Kurt admitted yesterday they didn't even read my email. Imagine a world where a producer never read Blueberry Pop Pop's first email and didn't put that in the air. Is that the kind of world you want to live in, Doug? No, of course not. I demand this wrong is made right. Tomorrow I will resubmit my email in full form, and if it's not read, you can expect to hear from my lawyers, and I'll be coming for Jackson's place in the Hamptons, Doug's Barnoff, and visitation rights to Kurt's son. Do the right thing. Also, I can't believe a show is throwing shade at me that ends every segment with a cliche, deep-throated sports announcer guy who says, "You're listening to a TMA podcast. You're listening to Jor. You should be ashamed of yourselves. When I send gold, read it, no matter the length. Always sagging." That's from Gangster Lederhosen.
Stop giving us the business.
I do like always sagging.
And he was the text or the email that sent like the opus.
What was it, 1,200 words?
Gangster Lederhosen.
If I started reading it yesterday, I still wouldn't be finished.
Yeah, it's like a Stephen King novel.
We jumped in mid-opus just to kind of get the flavor.
Yeah, I think it was something about Audrey Hepburn. For today's edition of Random Tweet from Gluten Free Perk, August 31st, 2025, it's almost like some people roll around in a pile of onions before boarding a plane. That's back to you, Steve. Mitch in Richmond Heights.
Mitch in Richmond Heights.
I was just starting to listen and it was over.
Yeah. Doug, I'm reading this as it's written.
Okay.
But this email about the first time I played tonsil hockey with another man.
Kevin Miller. It is Kevin Miller.
We're all my buddy Freddie's house watching The Godfather. I put a blankie over my lower regions because I couldn't stop getting chubbies. Mr. Alexander said, don't be embarrassed. It happens. Some guys think girls are icky. You are getting those at every Clemenza scene. Looks like you, the big fellas. This is so poorly written. If you haven't noticed, it's like
again, you're leading the audience here.
It's
I
written
have
like
an open mind.
It's written like a Facebook comment. If you haven't noticed, I have a bit of a weight problem myself. Then he took off his shirt, grabbed my hand, and had me rubbing his belly, and we kissed. He could tell I was getting close. It was like he was missing massive clauses.
Kevin Miller?
Then he said, "Not yet."
That's enough.
That's from Naughty Nate.
Naughty Nate, you've been suspended for your verbiage. You've been suspended. A period of 2 days' time in your name, I mean, even as we speak, is going into the appliance discounters suspension logule, and you're going to be hit with an 8% tariff.
Is that going to feel good?
Yeah, I don't imagine it would. It's not designed to.
No.
All right, Doug, can I ask a question? If you've put him in the suspension, can I still vote for him? Or is he
I wouldn't. It's a secret ballot, so.
Well, I mean, but is that still allowed?
Yes.
I would just say I wouldn't.
Yeah. I got problems the garage door just won't fix. Getting your master's in screenwriting isn't something one does when considering practical financial sense, but here we are. Why not me? That's what I asked myself 3 years ago, and now that simple question has been answered 100 times over, but I just pretend I don't hear it. I'm going to keep on trying. Your radio show helps distract me from the oblivion of my situation. Sure, I go to bed worrying I'll never be able to afford to have a family of my own or ever be happy, but who needs kids when you have drops of the week? Who needs happiness when you have Martin? Maybe I'll sell a script about you all and chip away that six-figure debt. I'll keep brainstorming, casting, but Doug, how would you feel about Kevin James squeezing into those khakis? That's from the Poor Film Student.
Odd. Poor Film Student.
Death, taxes, papers, and the show being just mediocre without Tim. The effort was there. You guys did what you could. The prep was consistent. When the city has nothing positive across any of the professional sports, you guys just kicked us with revisiting worst local draft picks ever. There's nothing to hang your heads about other than you stumbled across topics and gave away the show. At least it distracted me from the unwavering confidence in Jackson's wagering. He couldn't really miss 8 in a row, so I took his parlay with Kentucky and Auburn. And when that hit, I decided I would regain a lifetime of losses with Texas and Oklahoma. Shooter McGavin, the vice of the all right, let me say this again. Shooter McGavin, the vice of on-air counting. It can't be hard. It can be hard.
Maybe he left out president, vice president.
Yeah, well, that really screwed me.
Shooter,
will you recover? Will you recover?
That him missing president made me not able to read English anymore. So just for that, he's not getting my vote.
Okay.
He gently whispered in my ear, "The ribs need to be sauced, neighbor." What? That mental image in my head so funny. I had recently bought a new pellet smoker, and I was breaking them in with a few racks of ribs. Chet had been drinking beer all day while he was doing yard work, since it was nice outside. When he gets that buzzed up, sometimes his inquisitive tongue finds its way into my inner ear when he tells secrets. My wife has been watching us very closely through the windows because she is beginning to think something is up between Chet and I. She found my phone the other day and read through a conversation between Chet and I. He had sent me a topless bathroom pic, and I said, "Yummy, yummy in my tummy." And then he followed up by saying, "You left your jorts on the floor in my room." That was the only thing we said to each other, so I'm not sure if she's convinced that we're just more than neighbors. Please reply to this email with any guidance you can offer. It's from Chet's neighbor.
Chet's neighbor.
With all the references to Chet, I knew it was Chet's neighbor.
Yeah, you'd have to think. Where's Tim? Just kidding. Great show today, B-Team. Where else in the country can you hear a discussion about whether anyone has been born with one head and two asses? Ours is the type of presentation where a delivery driver who's obsessed with Martin's wardrobe history feels free to drop in anytime and confuse the hell out of us with a meandering non-explanation of how DoorDash tipping works. Jesus. How it works is like, so basically if you don't have enough guys and then like, okay, so how that works, let's say I'm delivering to your house, Martin, and let's say you were being a tight ass. DoorDash will come in and pay you the $3 or $4. That's pretty much how it works. Dude, we get it. You make minimum wage, guy. Happy birthday, Eve, Jackson. How about a Camboy feed from your tiny little phone booth closet solo watch party for Mizzou's game against Kentucky? That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the recessed lady's breast.
Buck Swope.
He's new.
Yeah. A haiku. I miss Tim so much. Why Jackson talks so much ball? Doug Martin should kiss. Respectfully, the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Hunchback Vaughn Castle.
What are the haiku parameters?
It's 575. Yeah, 5 syllables. Syllables? We're looking for syllables or words? Syllables. Yeah.
575. I just want to make
Finally.
sure I passed the test.
And finally, would you like a bit of cream, boy? He asked as I poured myself a nice, fresh cup of Blue Mountain coffee. Even though he knows the answer, he always asks. I gave him a wink and a smile, and Zane lifted his stiletto atop the kitchen counter when I got a wide base under his banana hammock. And his boy radiator began...
Oh, what's a boy radiator?
began emitting heat like the collective waistlines of the patrons in the 500-level TWA Dome Nacho Supreme line. It comes with spicy salsa and a hashtag thick white sour cream atop. 2 dollops if you don't mind, please. I ran my pincers in circles around his ankles, slowly making my way up his shins, eventually getting tangled with the matted tufts that protect his thighs from intruders.
All right, that's enough.
His sweetbreads began to secrete pure lust.
What?
My fate was his prostate.
Oh, you can't say that.
Think about that, Doug. That's from Tom Hershey's pool.
Who the hell is Tom Hershey?
And he has a picture of producer Joe in the email.
Tom Hershey's pool.
That's when he was standing at the end of the catwalk for one of the
fashion show
galas that Tim used to throw.
which has like 1 million views because I think there is some feet might have appeared, and now it has like 1 million or some views on YouTube. On an account we can't access.
Deep Dotem, was it?
It was Tom Hershey's pool, and that's what we have for the design air heating and cooling email
What is
today.
wrong with everybody?
I don't know. I thought it was pretty good.
Did you? You like the batch? Or you like that one specifically?
It was a top-heavy batch, I would say. But you know, so I'm a bad reader of emails. So I would say every email, if you think it's like 75% good, it'd probably be 90% good if Tim was reading it. And that's not not lemonading. That's not lemonading. That's just acknowledging when someone has some talent at something. And Tim is talented at reading the emails. I am not, but I'm doing my best. The boy is trying, Doug.
And this fella said his fate was my prostate.
His prostate was my fate, I think.
Oh, okay. I just want to get that straight.
My fate was his prostate. Think about
Mexican haiku is 575 words, not syllables, commie. I don't know.
I'm a communist because of that?
Yeah, I can see how they would question your
my loyalty to
political.
My allegiance to the flag.
Heiser House Hooligan says, have I been blackballed from the emails since winning it last Thursday? I have been filtered the last 4 days.
Right, a decent one.
Now, the filtering process, Chairman Kurt, former school teacher, does administer. And is the filter based on vile nature? Because if so, the ones that get through is kind of surprising. Or is it quality?
Quality, there's not a doubt in my mind. I'll give you a little taste. Hats off to you, Mr. Vest. Anyway, great show today. I'm off to the store to buy supplies for a baby shower this weekend.
That was the whole email?
No. Question, how much head cheese and Braunschweiger do I need to buy for 25 people? That's what we missed out on.
I wouldn't eat head cheese if you paid me $500.
And that's made out of a pig's head?
It looks like a gelatin-based cold cut that's filled with all sorts of nonsense. I'm also on the olive loaf.
Why do they call it head?
I don't know.
So it led to discussion there, but it didn't make email today, but by texting in about it.
Yeah, I guess you could vote for him if you want.
Tim's chuckle reading is so annoying. You're better, Jackson.
Nonsense.
How about that? Somebody, you're better, Jackson.
Nonsense.
Wow.
That's like not liking the way Michael Jordan dribbles, so you think that Isaiah Thomas is better.
What happened? This show just turned effing creepy. Jeez. Pat from O'Fallon, Missouri.
It's called Email of the Day. Yeah. It's been going on for about 20 years.
The Heiser House Hooligan is correct. Chairboy, definitely blackballing.
Who's that from, Martin?
Salty bald dad from Caseyville.
Oh, yeah, I've been sideways with him, too.
Oh, wow.
It's a job that is a real lightning rod of disdain.
Okay, I got to take a lunch. You'd like to say that, Doug? When you got to take a lunch, got to go. It's
I don't care for that. No
work-ish meeting. The boys will bring you home till 11. Then you got BK and Ferrari, which, by the way, they're going to be out next week. I was just looking at this. They're going to be at Helen Fitzgerald's for round 1 of the tournament next
that'd be fun.
Thursday. How really fun is that?
Yep.
That's BK and Ferraro and the Fast Lane next Thursday. Helen Fitzgerald's for the first round of March Madness, although for a while, didn't they call it the second round? Remember how stupid that was? The first round.
First 4 and then the second round.
No, but it's the first. Remember, it was the field of you.
Field of 68.
No, but they were calling that Thursday the round of. They're calling it the second round.
I thought that's what they still do.
No, they finally changed it back.
Okay.
It was stupid,
Yeah.
and now they fixed it. We'll fix the show tomorrow as well. Onboarding's next.
For over 135 years now, Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stifel do? Pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management, check. Banking through Stifel Bank, yep. Own a business? Well, they've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank, and that independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success. That's why partnering with TMA just makes sense. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues, Hurricanes tonight, 5 p.m. pregame, 6 p.m. puck drop right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Welcome back. You're listening to TMA here on 101 ESPN. We are in our Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour, and we will have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up in about 20 minutes or so. We will break down who won and who will get closer to winning that Schaefer Door Company garage door that we're giving away for this month's Emailer of the Month. Blues and Hurricanes later tonight. But before that, Missouri takes on Kentucky in Nashville. 11:30 tip against Kentucky. Doug, official prediction, Missouri, Kentucky, who you got?
I'm going to say Missouri gets it done because I think they're going to really be motivated. They'll play with a lot of intensity.
Yeah.
I think they'll get it done today.
Yeah. It's tough for me not to be biased on this one, but I really, really want Missouri to win this game. I don't want to go into Sunday with a bead of sweat on my forehead and worry about being left out. So, and I definitely don't want to do the first 4 games. So I think a win today would not only cement them in the tournament, but then probably keep them in the 10-seed region. And that's where I like the Tigers.
Is Sunday the Oscars as well?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite days.
So what would be the worst case scenario for you that day? The Tigers don't get in and blank wins Best Picture.
I guess if somehow like Frankenstein won Best Picture, but it's going to be one
that would affect you.
They wouldn't. That would the Best Picture winner would not hurt me as much as Missouri getting left out of the tournament. But no, this Oscar's kind of locked up. Speaking of which, Oscars preview on Movie Boy this week, coming out Saturday at 10 a.m. And then either Monday or Tuesday, I'll have an Oscars reaction podcast as well, immediately following the festivities there in L.A. So a lot of Oscars coverage coming your way if you're subscribed to the TMA STL podcast feed. So there's that for you, Doug.
Okay.
One battle after another, the front runner.
It's going to win Best Picture.
Best actor?
Probably going to go to Chalamet, but the betting lines have kind of flopped.
For Marty Supreme?
For Chalamet for Marty Supreme, yes, but Michael B. Jordan has now moved into the betting favorite as we sit right now from Sinners. He played 2 characters. He played twin brothers.
Is the girl, the young girl from One Battle After Another, I think that was her debut. Is she up for anything?
She is not nominated. She did not get nominated in Best Actress or Supporting Actress. So there's that. What I can tell you is that we are behind on time.
Oh, no.
And so, which is my fault. And so
certainly not Tim's.
Least of all Tim's. We'll rectify said issue by taking a commercial break and coming back with more of the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, live from the Stiefel Studios. Welcome back. You're listening to TMA, presented to you by Brian Crouppen. We're broadcasting live from the Stiefel studios. You can interact with us all day on the Air Comfort Service text line. You can also join in on the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA. STL, we're in our Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour on the Polos Plus dossier today. We had Andy Strickland call in around 8 o'clock talking all things Blues hockey. We had the email today, which we'll find out the winner here in about 15 minutes. Tomorrow, coming up on the Polos Plus dossier, we will have Joey Vitale calling in, talking about the Blues game that happens tonight. We'll be talking with Gabe DeArmond about Missouri and Kentucky, and we'll have Ryan Luchtefeld breaking down the Billikens ahead of their first A-10 conference tournament game this evening. Doug, Design Air brings us the 10 o'clock hour. Do you know anything about our friend Seth Goldcamp over at Design Air Heating and
I
Cooling?
do, because I've had him out to my house, thankfully. Just in the last 2 days, I've used both the air conditioner and the furnace, and they both work perfectly. That's because I've used Design Air for regular maintenance work. It doesn't sound like something you want to do, is call people out to just do regular maintenance, but boy, it sure will pay off. It's paid off big time for me. At Design Air, they really know what they're doing because they've been around since 1904, more than a century of keeping St. Louis homes comfortable and the customers happy. Not just another HVAC company, also longest-running sponsor on TMA. We certainly appreciate that. Seth Goldcamp, fourth-generation family member, running the company now. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You will never be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat, sometimes in back-to-back days, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air's comfort you can count on since 1904, and also home of the handsome repairman. You may want to ask for Scott, because when he gets angry, they call him War Scoots. Design Air brings the heat.
I love that tagline,
and the cool.
Doug. It's a really good tagline.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's easy with Design Air because they do such fantastic work.
And I always perk up when I see their vehicles just out in the wild.
It's a great logo.
Yeah.
It's a really great logo.
What the repairman looks like. Huh?
Yeah, try to catch a peek.
Mm-hmm.
Taking a look at the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, I saw someone say, I remember the Kevin Ware injury. Yuck. Remember that one, Doug?
No.
Kevin Ware, he played for Louisville. He went up to contest a three, came down, and for whatever reason, had a compound fracture worse than I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oh,
his whole
and they
leg
showed it
split.
right there?
His whole leg split.
Ugh.
And it was right by the Louisville bench, and all the players saw what happened, and the reaction of them, they all dive like someone threw a grenade at the bench. Like, they all dive away because they saw their teammate's leg split in half.
Well, you don't dive away. You go to help.
Sean Livingston's was pretty gross too, right? Do you remember? Were you a little young for that?
Probably. I remember Paul George having a very similar injury where fell wrong and split his leg.
I think the way you react to injuries like that, really gruesome, I'm not sure you can control it. Either you can handle it or it just sets you off completely.
Agreed.
What's the worst injury you've seen across the four major sports? Malarchuk?
Yeah, that'd probably be the worst, having your neck cut by a skate blade.
I would say. That'd be pretty disgusting.
I never saw the Theismann thing. That was probably pretty bad.
Oof.
Yeah,
some
but
football ones are gross.
Not as bad as Malarchuk looking like
you
sure.
He was seconds away from death.
Right. Field tracheotomy.
Baseball. Jason Kendall's was pretty gross at Busch Stadium.
A player gets one off the head, it's like...
Moises Alou turning his ankle on first base was brutal.
There was one recently where a guy was celebrating a home run, and when he landed on, leaping up and down, I think he played for Seton Hall maybe, just cracked his compound fracture of his ankle. Just went down, just brutal. Yeah. Yeah, those injuries are disgusting to look at, but anytime someone a pitcher takes one off the head, off the bat, you're like, oh my God, and you see him wobbling, that's brutal. Yeah. That's really scary.
Because that could be fatal. You
Absolutely.
100 miles an hour off the head, that could be the end.
Those caps that a couple pitchers were wearing, those never really caught on.
It doesn't seem like they have. No.
I bet it would take one, if you took one off the head, that's like the Guardian cap thing in the NFL. It looks kind of goofy, but if you have a career history of concussions and you've seen what, the long-standing history of what concussions can do down the line, I'd probably rock one too.
Did Matheny take a pitch in the face and then stay in the game, and he was all bloodied up? He was a tough guy.
He took it right in the cheek, set the bat down, and walked back into the dugout.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
Yep. Ooh, William B. Hung, the guy who got hit in the eye on deck, Juan Encarnacion, I believe.
Yeah. I don't think he played again after that.
No, that was it.
That was brutal.
Oof. Kind of surprising that doesn't happen more often.
Well, I think they try to change the rule where you have to be behind the guy on the on-deck circle. It definitely happened in youth sports where if like a righty was up and you were on the opposite dugout, you had to go and follow him to be behind him.
They don't do that.
Well, and guys used to, the on-deck circle's a little off to the side, but the guys would creep back to try to get a better straight-on look.
Nelson Cruz, I think, got in trouble for that. Because they told him to move, get in the circle, and then so he just moved the circle to where he was. He picked it up and moved it, and I think they tossed him.
Is Josh still the bat boy?
I don't think so.
He's got to be about 60 years old now.
I would think he would be, yeah.
We're going to take another commercial break because we are behind on time, and again, that is my fault. But we'll be back with more of TMA here on our Design, Air, Heating, Cooling 10 o'clock hour. Winner of the email today coming up to see who gets closer to that Schaefer Door Company prize. I'll come up on the other side of commercial break. You are listening to TMA live on 101 ESPN.
Ooh.
Roof Restore is a locally owned business with decades of experience in the roofing business. Roof Restore treats and maintains existing asphalt shingled roofs, adding up to 15 years to the life of your existing roof at a tiny fraction of the cost of replacement. All you have to do is go to notanewroof.com to find out if you are a prime candidate. The best part, it's up to 90% less than the cost of a roof replacement, and guaranteed to extend the life of your roof by up to 15 years. Go to notanewroof.com or call 314-279-ROOF to see if your roof is a candidate and save your roof and save your money. It's notanewroof.com. That's notanewroof.com or call 314-279-ROOF to see if your roof is a candidate and save your roof and save your money.
Morning After, presented by Brown Crouppen. Live from the Stiefel Studios here, Design Air Heating and Cooling, 10 o'clock hour. If you missed any of the show, go back and podcast the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Andy Strickland joined us earlier in the program, talking all things Blues hockey as they're going to take on the Carolina Hurricanes tonight, right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5, puck drop at 6. Doug.
We want them to play well. We don't want them to win.
Right.
We'd like the young guys to shine. But, oops, we gave up an extra goal there at the end. Where's our draft pick? That's a bad way to watch sports, though. I don't like doing that. I don't like rooting for losses.
I've always said you just want a minute until the last week of the season.
I do. That's all I require, and it's not happening.
This is where, relegation would be great for American sports. It obviously would never happen because no owner would ever be on board with it. But, you wouldn't have these situations going on if the threat of being dropped down a league was looming.
Oh, I don't think anybody in hockey's playing to lose.
No, I don't think
there's
so.
any chance that any of that's going on because their careers are at stake.
Right. I think that team mentalities can be like, man, it wouldn't be bad if we lost a couple games, but I'd be surprised if any professional athlete is like, oh, I don't care about winning or losing tonight.
No. Yeah. The front office might think
that's
that.
exactly right.
The players itself and the manager, probably not.
No shot. There's not. And especially, it was like you just said, they got to play for their own personal numbers. If they're trying to get another contract in the next year or two, they got to perform. And
or if it ever came out or you gave the appearance that you weren't trying because you wanted to lose to get a better draft pick, you'd be finished.
Yeah, that'd be. You know who's never trying to lose?
No.
He's always trying to help you win. That's James Carlton. He's my insurance agent. He's Tim's insurance agent. Jamie Rivers' insurance agent. Brandon Kiley's insurance agent. And I'm going to have Tim talk about him now.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is my insurance agent and online at carltoninsurance.net. Call 314-961-4800. That's 314-961-4800. You can go online at carltoninsurance.net. James Carlton has been my insurance agent since 2019. He's been advertising on TMA and the Tim McKernan Show podcast going back to 2017. And so many listeners have made the switch. And what they've experienced is customer service second to none. That's why you're going to find 450 plus 5-star reviews for James Carlton when you Google James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves. Just call 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. It's my insurance agent. It's now Jamie Rivers' insurance agent, Brandon Kiley's insurance agent, and Jackson Burkett's insurance agent. We recommend him wholeheartedly. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net.
All right. On the other side of the commercial break, we will have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Let's see who's getting one step closer to that Schaefer Door Company prize of a new garage door. That's coming up on the other side of the commercial break. You are listening to The Morning After, live from the Stiefel Studios. Caw-caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football returning to the Dome for 2026. And Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips and an order of potato wedges, plus a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. With this deal, get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $9.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. Again, 4 famous hand-breaded chicken strips and an order of potato wedges. That's a great 1-2 punch. Plus, you get your choice of 2 dipping sauces. I'll throw out that Chipotle Ranch for you. I think that's pretty good. Plus a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. You can get the Battlehawks box in-store or by ordering online at Lee's new mobile app, where you can also earn points for free food and discounts. That's Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Knicks defeat the Jazz last night, 134-117, with Jalen Brunson scoring 28 points, 8 assists, and 3 steals. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer. Welcome back. TMA, presented by Brian Crouppen, live on 101 ESPN, broadcasting from the Stiefel Studios. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier tomorrow, we will have Joey Vitale, we will have Gabe DeArmond, and we will have former SLU Billiken, Ryan Luchtefeld, talking all things Bills before their conference tournament game. Before we reveal the winner of our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, Tim is going to tell us about our friends Dr. Brandon Pryor and team at 100 West Dental.
Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com. Dr. Brandon Pryor is my guy, and man, has he saved the day for me. When I was dealing with some tooth pain, new technology and incredibly friendly staff, and located on Manchester in Baldwin. It's 100 West Dental. And here is the deal. So often, and understandably so, people don't want to go in to see the dentist. Plenty of people feel that way. That's not unique. But overall health can be impacted by poor dental health. And that is why it is important to go in and see Dr. Pryor. You let him know you are a TMA listener, and you get a free consultation. That's a $500 value Dr. Pryor is giving you just when you let them know you are a TMA listener. Just go online at 100westdental.com. That's 100westdental.com and work with Dr. Brandon Pryor and his staff at 100 West Dental.
All right. Doug, you ready to hear who won the Design Air Heating?
I'd love to hear as much.
Well, we have another new winner. Tom Hershey's Pool picks up the win.
Really?
And another new winner has been added to.
So it's a log jam. It's a tie for first.
It's a tie for first with a bunch of people with one win. It's exciting to see. So if you're, maybe on the fence about sending an email in, just one win ties you for the lead for that chance for a Schaefer Door Company new garage door. So the morning after at Inside STL for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email day. That's going to do it for us today, boys. Thank you all. Thank you all for listening. BK and Ferrari are coming up on at the top of the hour here. You've been listening to TMA, presented by Brian Crouppen, live from the Stiefel Studios.